Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Vera. The silver tray trembles in my hands as I navigate the dimly lit corridors of House Nightshade. Each step sends waves of exhaustion through my frail body, and my breath comes in short, painful gasps. The ornate dishes clink against each other, threatening to spill their contents. "Watch where you're going, defect," a passing dark elf noble sneers, shoving past me. His razor-sharp teeth glint in the flickering light. I steady myself against the cold stone wall, my fingers leaving sweaty prints on its smooth surface. The weight of the tray makes my arms ache, but I can't afford to rest. Not when Lady Marana expects her dinner precisely at sunset. Two servant girls whisper as they pass, their voices carrying in the empty hallway. "Poor thing won't last the winter." Better that way. One less mouth to feed. Their words shouldn't hurt anymore. I've heard variations of them since I could walk. Born weak, stayed weak, that's what they say. The other slaves at least have their strength, their ability to work. Me, I can barely carry a tray without trembling. The magical crystals embedded in the walls pulse with a soft purple glow, casting dancing shadows that make my head spin. My legs wobble beneath me, and for a moment the world tilts sideways. "If you drop that tray, girl, it's the whipping post for you," an elf guard calls out from his post beside the great hall doors. I bite my lip and force myself forward, one foot in front of the other. That's all I know. All I've ever known. The dark elves own every breath I take, every moment of my existence. They own my weakness, my sickness, my worthlessness. The kitchen master's words from this morning echo in my head. "You're lucky we keep you at all. Most would have put you down by now." Lucky. Yes, that's what they call it. Lucky to serve. Lucky to exist. Lucky to drag this broken body through endless days of servitude until it finally gives out. A dark elf lord strides past, his leather boots clicking against the stone floor. The half-eaten apple in his hand catches my attention before he tosses it at my feet. "Pick that up, human!" I must do what he says, the whip at his side a promise of punishment if I don't. Keeping the tray in my hands steady, I bend over, every movement sending daggers through my body. The bruised apple rolls against my fingers, and I clutch it with shaking hands. When I look up, the dark elf lord has already gone, probably forgotten I exist, just like my parents have. Did they cry when the dark elves raided our village? Did they search for their stolen baby? The older slaves whisper about the raids, about how the elves would sweep through human settlements like a plague. I try to imagine my mother's face sometimes, but it's always blank, empty, like looking into still water at night. "Move it," he barks. The tray wobbles in my grip. My chest tightens as I imagine dropping it, the inevitable punishment that would follow. Not that it matters. Each day bleeds into the next, an endless cycle of serving until my body gives out. The kitchen master said it yesterday. I won't survive another winter. Maybe that's for the best. One less mouth to feed, one less burden for the other slaves to carry. I've heard them talk about how they have to cover for me when I'm too weak to complete my tasks. Their resentment stings worse than the elves' cruelty. Sleep calls to me, promising peace, but I lack even the strength to embrace that final rest. So I shuffle forward, carrying my tray, waiting for my body to make the choice my will cannot. His laughter bounces off the walls like shards of broken glass, each echo a reminder of my place. The bruised apple weighs heavy in my palm, another gift I didn't ask for, another reminder of what I am. Lady Morana's door looms before me, its black wood etched with runes that pulse with a sickly green light. The magic emanating from them makes my stomach churn, or maybe that's just the exhaustion. My arms shake as I lower the tray to the small table beside her door, careful not to disturb the precise arrangement of the dishes. 2 guards flank the entrance, their armour so dark it seems to swallow the light. They don't even glance at me. I'm beneath their notice, like a speck of dust or a shadow on the wall. I check each item one final time. The blood wine sits in its crystal decanter, exactly 3 fingers width from the edge. The roasted meat, I don't want to know what kind, rests on its silver platter, garnished with purple herbs. The black bread, still warm from the ovens, fills the air with its yeasty scent. One of the guards shifts his weight, his armour creaking. A warning. I'm taking too long. My heart pounds against my ribs as I straighten up. The motion sends a wave of dizziness through me, but I can't show weakness here. Not in front of Lady Morana's door. "Dinner," I call out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The word scratches my throat like ground glass. I don't wait for a response. We're not allowed to. My feet carry me backward, keeping my face toward the door as protocol demands. 3 steps, then I turn and hurry away, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. 2 human kitchen slaves pass by, their whispers carrying through the hall. "Did you hear? The raiders brought in fresh ones from the western villages." Poor bastards. At least they had a taste of freedom first. Freedom. The word feels foreign on my tongue. What would I even do with it? The mansion's walls press closer, the purple crystals glow, making my head swim. My legs threaten to give out, but I force myself upright, the silver tray still needing to be delivered to Lady Morana. A young slave girl, maybe 12, scurries past with a bucket of water. Her eyes meet mine for a brief moment before darting away. She's still new enough to pity me. "Move along," the guard beside the great hall door orders. "Lady Morana doesn't like cold dinner." My fingers trace the apple's bruised skin. Even this discarded fruit has known more of the world than I have. It grew on a tree somewhere, felt sunlight, rain, wind. All I've known are these festering halls, these endless tasks that drain what little strength I possess. My reflection stares back at me from the polished silver tray, a ghost with sunken cheeks and dark hollows beneath dull eyes. My blonde curls hang limp and thin, framing a face that belongs more to a corpse than a living person. The kitchen master cut my rations again last week, said I wasn't worth the food I consumed. I didn't argue, he was right. I press my forehead against the cold stone wall of my sleeping quarters, if you can call this cramped closet that. The bruised apple sits on my threadbare blanket, a mockery of sustenance. My stomach cramps, but I don't reach for it. My chest tightens. I know I have a father even though I don't know his face. Is it handsome? Did he search the woods calling my name? A name that probably wasn't even Vera. The dark elves never bothered telling us our birth names. Why would they? I sink onto my thin mattress, the straw poking through worn fabric. The apple rolls toward me. Even now I can't do it. Can't just stop eating, stop breathing, stop existing. My body betrays me, clinging to life when death would be a mercy. The walls seem to close in, their purple crystal lights making my head spin. My stomach cramps, a familiar empty ache that never quite goes away. How many more days until my body gives up? A week? 2? The thought brings more relief than fear. Death stalks these halls, and finally, after all these years of running, I'm ready to let it catch me.
Chapter 2. Aurel. The chains bite into my scales, a constant reminder of my imprisonment. I flex my muscles against them, hearing the familiar clink of metal on metal echo through my underground prison. For centuries I've lived in darkness, trapped by dark elf magic that pulses through every link of my chains. The stale air reeks of dark magic, a constant reminder of that cursed night. My coils shift against the cold stone as memories flood back. I'd been hunting in the shadow mist forest, tracking a herd of moonhorn deer when the first binding spell hit. The magic had crackled through the air, raising the scales along my spine. "Careful now," one of the dark elves had whispered. "This one's different." I'd laughed then, arrogant in my power. "Different? I'll show you different." My tail had lashed out, catching 2 of them across their chests. But there were more. So many more. Their spells had come from all directions, each one designed to weaken, to bind, to chain. My magic, usually flowing like a river through my veins, had sputtered and died. The chains they wrapped around me burned with ancient runes, each link forged with spells meant to drain and suppress. "The great Aurel," their leader had sneered, yanking my head up by my hair. "Not so mighty now, are you?" I'd spat in his face. The beating that followed left marks that took weeks to heal. They dragged me here, to this pit beneath their mansion, securing me with more chains than necessary. Their fear was obvious. They knew what I was capable of, what I still am capable of. "Keep him alive," the leader had ordered. "He might be useful someday." Useful. As if I were some tool to be stored away until needed. My fingers traced the runes etched into my chains, feeling the magic pulse beneath them. They'd thought they'd broken me, but they'd only given me time. Time to plan. Time to wait. And I've waited long enough. Another day in this dump. My voice comes out as a rasp, unused and harsh. Above me, footsteps echo through the stone, the sound of my captors going about their meaningless lives. I coil tighter, my tail scraping against the rough floor. The motion sends waves of discomfort through my body, but I welcome it. Pain keeps me sharp, keeps me focused on what matters. When I break free... The words taste bitter. How many times have I made this promise? The dark elves' magic courses through the chains, burning wherever they touch my flesh. I'll crush every last one of you beneath my coils. A drop of water falls from somewhere in the darkness, hitting the stone with a steady rhythm that's driven me to the edge of madness more times than I can count. Tap, 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 like a timekeeper marking the endless stretch of my captivity. I lean my head back against the cold wall, my scales rasping against the stone. The magical barriers they've placed around this chamber pulse with a sickening light, casting shadows that dance across my prison. Centuries. I bare my fangs at the darkness. You think you've broken me? You think this pit will hold me forever? My laughter echoes off the walls, hollow and bitter. I am Aurel. I've watched empires rise and fall, and when I get out of here... The chains rattle as I shift, testing them for the millionth time. You'll learn what true vengeance means. A flicker of energy brushes against my senses, so faint I almost dismiss it as another hallucination. But no, there's definitely something there. Someone. Above me, moving through the mansion's corridors with faltering steps. My tongue flicks out, tasting the air. Human? Female? The magical signature is barely a whisper, like a candle flame about to sputter out. Well, well. I shift in my chains, stretching my awareness upward. What do we have here? The presence pauses, and I catch fragments of emotion, despair, resignation, a bone-deep weariness that makes my lip curl. I close my eyes, focusing on that weak thread of energy. She's carrying something, moving slowly. A servant, then. The Dark Elves always did prefer human slaves for their menial tasks. Broken thing, I murmur, probing deeper with my magic. The binding spells crackle in warning, but I've learned to work around their edges. So close to giving up, so ready to fade away. Perfect. The corners of my mouth lift in a sharp smile. After centuries of failed attempts, maybe what I need isn't strength or complex magic. Maybe what I need is someone small, someone desperate, someone who can slip through the cracks my captors have overlooked. My coils shift against the cold stone, scales scraping as I process this unexpected discovery. How can I sense her from down here? The binding spells should block all magical connections, yet somehow I press my palms against the wall, extending my magical awareness upward. The chains burn in warning, but I ignore them. This connection, though faint, feels different from anything I've encountered in centuries of imprisonment. Magic. The word tastes like possibility on my tongue. But not dark elf magic. Something. My fingers trace the wall, following the thread of energy. Something raw, untapped. A cold smile splits my face as possibilities unfold in my mind. The Dark Elves, in their arrogance, must have missed it. They see humans as nothing but tools, too weak to possess real power. But I know better. I've seen what desperate humans can do when pushed to their limits. Poor little thing. I laugh softly, tasting her despair in the air. Ready to give up. Ready to die. My tongue flicks out, catching more of her essence. But you might have one last use, The chains rattle as I shift position, focusing my concentration. If I can just reach her mind, make her aware of me, and if you prove useless, I bare my fangs at the darkness. Well, what's one more broken human in this cursed place? My tail slides across the floor as I consider the possibilities. The Dark Elves would never suspect such a weak creature. They probably barely notice her existence. Come closer, little mouse, I whisper, though she can't hear me. Not yet. The energy signature moves away, but I memorize its feel. I'll find it again. I'll have to be careful. Humans are fragile things, easily spooked. But with the right words, the right promises, I bare my fangs in the darkness. Finally, a way out!
Chapter 3. Vera. The brush scrapes against stone, back and forth, back and forth. My knees press into the hard floor, sending dull aches through my legs. Not that it matters. Nothing really matters anymore. You missed a spot. The cook's voice cuts through my daze. Right there, by the hearth. I drag myself across the floor, my arms trembling with the effort. The weight of the brush feels heavier with each passing moment. Water sloshes from my bucket, creating new puddles I'll have to clean. Worthless girl. The cook stirs something in a large pot. Can't even clean properly. Cook has been preparing food in the kitchen since dawn, and I've been cleaning the workspace before then. I don't mind the dark, when the world is quiet and numb. It's the only time when I feel safe. 2 human servants enter the kitchen, their boots tracking mud across my half-cleaned floor. They don't spare me a glance as they grab their morning meals. Did you hear? One whispers to the other. Lady Marana is throwing another feast tonight. More work for us. His companion grabs a piece of bread, and more mess for the defect to clean up. Their words are sharp, but I'm numb to their blow. It's true. I'm exhausted, weak and defective. My fingers curl around the brush handle. The rough bristles scratch my palm, but I barely notice. My mind drifts, floating away from the pain in my joints, the burning in my muscles. Sometimes I wonder if I'll just fade away entirely, dissolving into nothing more than another shadow on these stone walls. The cook bangs a pot. Less daydreaming, more scrubbing. I dip the brush back in the bucket. The water's gone cold and dirty, like everything else in this place, like me. A dark elf noblewoman sweeps through, her dress brushing against my back as she passes. She doesn't even pause, doesn't acknowledge my existence. I'm nothing more than another piece of furniture, less valuable than the floor I'm cleaning. Back and forth. Back and forth. The motion never ends, just like this existence that stretches endlessly before me. Laughter filters through the kitchen doorway, the musical tones of dark elf voices cutting through the monotony of my scrubbing. I pause, my hands stilling on the brush as their words drift in. Did you see that pathetic human cleaning the floors? The voice belongs to Lady Morana's daughter. The one that looks like she might break if you breathe on her too hard. Oh, that one. Another voice, deeper, more masculine. The defect. My shoulders tense, but I keep my eyes fixed on the floor, watching water pool in the grooves between stones. A drop falls from my face, joining the puddle. I hadn't realised I was crying. That human's barely alive, the male voice continues. They should have tossed her out with the trash years ago. More laughter follows, the sound piercing through my chest like needles of ice. My fingers clench around the brush handle, knuckles white with strain. They're right. What use am I? I can barely lift this brush, can hardly finish my tasks without stopping to catch my breath. The cook bangs another pot behind me, making me flinch. Get back to work, he snaps. Those floors won't clean themselves. I dip the brush back in the bucket, ignoring how my arms shake with the effort. The dark elves' voices fade as they move away, but their words remain, echoing in my head. They're not wrong. I am barely alive, just existing, taking up space that could be better used by someone stronger, someone useful. The brush moves across the stone again, leaving trails of dirty water in its wake. Just like me. Trying to clean, but only spreading the mess around. My hands won't stop shaking. The brush slips from my grip, clattering against the stone floor. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision as I struggle to draw breath into my burning lungs. Just a moment's rest. That's all I need. Look at her. It's Marcus's voice, one of the human staff, who has just entered with a sack of wheat. His voice cuts through my laboured breathing. Can't even hold a brush. I press my palm flat against the cold floor, trying to ground myself as another wave of dizziness washes over me. The kitchen's warmth feels stifling, pressing in from all sides. She's so useless. Heavy boots stop beside me. Why hasn't she been replaced? Through the curtain of my hair, I see Marcus shaking his head. His pity stings worse than his words. At least hatred is honest. Because no one else wants to clean the lower levels. Another servant, Alice, replies. Even the rats avoid those halls. My fingers curl against the stone as I try to push myself up. My arms tremble with the effort, and I sink back down. The cold seeps through my thin dress, chilling me to the bone. Still, Marcus's boots shift. There's got to be someone better than this. I close my eyes, willing them to move on, to leave me alone with my weakness. The familiar tightness in my chest increases, making each breath a struggle. They're right. I am useless, a burden, a defect. Just get back to work. The cook barks from across the kitchen. And you! His words crack like a whip. Get up. Those floors won't clean themselves. I reach for the brush again, my fingers barely able to close around its handle. The weight of it feels impossible, like trying to lift a mountain. The sun creeps higher, casting long shadows through the kitchen windows. My arms burn from the endless scrubbing, but the floor seems no cleaner than when I started. I continue to listen to the dark elves' voices waffle in through the hallway. "These humans multiply like vermin," a silky voice says. "We should cull the weak ones." "That one in the kitchen, scrubbing the floors," another voice, closer now, says. "It's practically dead already." I keep my head down, focusing on the brushstrokes against stone. Their boots stop near my bucket, expensive leather gleaming in the morning light. Why waste resources on creatures that can't even perform basic tasks? The first voice drips with contempt. The strong ones at least have some use. True. A laugh like breaking glass. The weak ones are better off dead. It would be a mercy, really. Water splashes over my hands as I dip the brush again. My fingers tremble, sending ripples across the dirty surface. The dark elves move on, their conversation fading into discussions of the upcoming feast, but their words settle into my bones like winter frost. I sit back on my heels, wiping sweat from my forehead with a shaking hand. The room spins slightly, black spots dancing at the edges of my vision. My chest aches with each breath, like someone's wrapped iron bands around my ribs. I'm just a burden. The words slip out in a whisper, barely audible over the kitchen's usual clamour. To everyone. The truth of it weighs heavier than any chain. Even the other humans avoid me, afraid my weakness might somehow spread to them. Like a disease, like a curse. Many hours later, after being shoved, yelled at and beaten by the dark elves feasting, I'm relieved of my duties. My muscles scream from hours of serving, cleaning, existing. I drag myself to my small corner in the servants' quarters, a threadbare blanket and straw mat my only companions. The stone floor beneath radiates cold through the thin material, but I barely notice anymore. It's just another discomfort in an endless sea of pain. A rat scurries past my feet. Even it has more purpose than I do. At least it knows what it wants. Food, shelter, survival. What do I want? Nothing. Nothing at all. Hey. Alice's voice drifts from her mat a few feet away. You should eat something. I turn my face to the wall. The thought of food makes my stomach clench. I'm not hungry. You haven't eaten all day. What's the point? The words slip out before I can stop them. Silence follows, then rustling as she settles into her bed. Suit yourself. The darkness presses in, heavy and thick. Somewhere above, the dark elves are probably still celebrating, their laughter and music muffled by layers of stone. Down here, there's only the sound of breathing and occasional coughs from other servants. My chest feels hollow, like someone scooped out everything inside and left nothing but an empty shell. What am I even doing here? Taking up space, using resources that could go to someone stronger, someone useful. I pull the thin blanket tighter around my shoulders, but it does nothing to ward off the chill that seems to come from within. My eyes sting, but no tears fall. I'm too empty even for that. The gods must be cruel to keep me here, trapped in this endless cycle of meaningless tasks and constant reminders of my worthlessness. Or maybe they've forgotten about me entirely. That would make more sense. I close my eyes, praying to whatever deity might be listening. Please, I whisper into my blanket. Don't let me wake up tomorrow. Just let me fade away. Let everyone forget I ever existed. The darkness offers no response. It never does. My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about one ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 4. Aurel. The darkness of my prison wraps around me like an old friend, but tonight something's different. The human presence above pulses stronger, more tangible. My coils shift against the cold stone as I close my eyes, focusing on that faint thread of energy. Interesting. The word echoes in my chamber. This connection shouldn't be possible, yet here it is, as real as the chains binding me. I reach out with my consciousness, pushing past the physical barriers of stone and metal. The presence wavers like a flame in the wind. Weak. So incredibly weak. There's something else there, buried beneath layers of exhaustion and despair. My tongue flicks out, tasting the stale air. What secrets are you hiding, little human? The energy fluctuates and I sense sleep. Deep, troubled sleep. Dreams of darkness and endless corridors. Her mind flutters through shadows and frosted memories of her childhood. Glimpses of a past now fractured by a lifetime of abuse and trauma in the dark elf estate. Perfect. The human mind is vulnerable, easier to touch, to influence. I stretch my awareness further, letting it brush against the human's consciousness. The contact sends a jolt through my system. Raw power, untapped and unknown even to its bearer, lies dormant within this fragile vessel. You might be useful after all, human. The connection strengthens with each passing moment. I can almost taste their dreams, their fears, their desperation. A smile cracks my lips as I settle deeper into concentration. This human might be my key to freedom, and I intend to make full use of this unexpected gift. I slide through her dreamscape with practiced ease, my serpentine form casting long shadows across the barren landscape of her mind. The human stands alone in an endless expanse of nothing, fitting for one who sees herself as nothing. My coils ripple as I circle her, staying just out of sight. She's even more pathetic up close. Her blonde curls tumble over her hunched shoulders. The perfect prey. The perfect tool. So small, I mutter, testing the boundaries of this connection. So broken. She doesn't move, doesn't even flinch at my voice. Her resignation bleeds into the very fabric of this dream world, turning the air heavy and thick. Dark clouds roil overhead, matching her desolate mood. I rear up to my full height, finally allowing her to see me. My shadow falls across her slight frame, and still, she doesn't look up. Interesting. Most humans would scream or run or at least show some sign of self-preservation. You don't even care that death stands before you, do you? The human Vera. I pluck the name from her surface thoughts, merely shrugs. Death would be a mercy. Her voice carries the weight of years of abuse, and something stirs in me. Not sympathy. I shed such weakness centuries ago, but recognition. I know what it is to be trapped, to wish for an end. I lower my face to her level, studying the hollow look in her hazel eyes. Something flickers behind those dead eyes, catching my attention. I lean closer, my forked tongue tasting the air around her. There's power here, raw and untamed, like lightning trapped in a bottle. My coils tighten with anticipation. Tell me, little human, have you ever felt different? Special? She shakes her head, blonde curls falling forward. I'm nothing special. But she's wrong. The power radiates from her in waves, invisible to her but blazing like a beacon to my senses. It's unlike anything I've encountered in my centuries of existence. Not dark elf magic, not human sorcery, not even the ancient powers of my own kind. Look at me. I grip her chin, forcing those hollow eyes to meet mine. The contact sends a surge through my arm, like touching raw magic itself. You really don't feel it? Feel what? The power burning inside you. My fingers trace her jaw, following the current of energy that flows beneath her skin. It's there, waiting, sleeping. She tries to pull away, but I hold firm. I'm weak. Everyone knows that. I bare my fangs in a cold smile. Your body may be weak, but there's something else entirely lurking behind those eyes of yours. The magic pulses stronger, responding to my touch, to my words. Something that could burn this whole mansion to the ground. The power swirls around us both now, a maelstrom of untapped potential. It's wild, primal, dangerous, perfect. If I can just figure out how to wake it. And what if I offered you something better than death? I ask, my voice a silken whisper. What if I offered you purpose? Her blank stare irritates me. Such a waste of potential, this human who radiates power yet cowers like a wounded animal. The magic within her pulses stronger with each passing moment, responding to my presence even if she remains oblivious. My purpose is to serve the Dark Elves until I die. Her voice carries no emotion, just acceptance of her fate. I have nowhere else to go. No family. Nothing. Pathetic. Yet I need her, so I soften my approach. You are more than what they say. I let my voice echo through her mind, a gentle caress rather than the command I wish to give. Her head snaps up, those dull eyes finally showing a spark of something fear, confusion, life. My coils shift in anticipation. Who are you? Her voice trembles, and she takes a step back in this dreamscape we share. I gentle my voice further, though maintaining the edge of authority that comes naturally after centuries of command. A friend. A teacher. She wraps her arms around herself. Her collarbone protrudes from beneath her translucent skin, a futile gesture of protection. I resist the urge to scoff at her weakness. You are not weak. You are not worthless. The words taste bitter in my mouth, empty platitudes to win her trust. Yet as I speak them, that dormant power within her flares brighter. I am. She shakes her head, blonde curls falling forward. I know I am. No. I put steel in my voice now, letting some of my true nature show. The air around us crackles with energy, hers and mine intertwining. You have strength, you just haven't seen it yet. I glide closer in the dreamscape, my massive form casting shadows across her fragile frame. The raw power emanating from her pulses stronger with each movement, responding to my proximity. Such potential, waiting to be shaped, to be used. I can show you. My voice flows smooth as honey, masking centuries of rage beneath its surface. I can teach you to harness what lies within. She lifts those hollow eyes to mine, and for a moment, I catch a glimpse of something else, a spark of curiosity breaking through her shell of despair. Why? My lips curl into a smile, though I keep to the shadows where she can't see it. Let her imagine whatever comfort she needs, because you're worth more than they say, more than you know. The magic swirls between us, invisible to her, but blazing in my sight. Such raw power, untapped and wild. My coils shift restlessly as I consider the possibilities. Think about it. I trace a finger along her jaw, feeling the current of energy beneath her skin. Haven't you ever wondered why they fear you? Why they keep you weak? She shivers at my touch, but doesn't pull away. They don't fear me. I'm nothing. You're so much more. The words taste like ash in my mouth, but I force them out anyway. A tool must be carefully handled until it's ready to be used. They've lied to you. Made you believe you're worthless when you hold more power than any of them could imagine. I let my coils shift in the dreamscape, allowing her to see more of my true form. My name is Aurel. I am what your kind calls a Naga. Her eyes widen slightly, the first real emotion I've seen from her. Like in the old stories? Indeed. I move closer, towering over her slight frame. The dark elves imprisoned me centuries ago, deep beneath this very mansion. Why? I don't stifle the bitterness in my voice. Because they fear what they cannot control, just as they fear what lies dormant within you. She wraps her arms around herself. But I'm just... a slave? I interrupt, softening my tone. That's what they want you to believe. I've watched them for centuries, little one. Seen how they break spirits, crush souls. They did the same to my people. Your people. I weave the tale carefully, each word designed to draw her in. We were peaceful once, living in harmony with the land, until the dark elves came with their chains and their cruel magic. I pause, studying her reaction. Just as they've chained you. But why help me? Because I sense something in you. Something they fear. I reach out, brushing a finger along her cheek. The magic beneath her skin sparks at my touch. We're bound by fate, you and I, both prisoners seeking freedom. The dreamscape begins to blur at the edges. Her consciousness is slipping away, returning to the waking world. Perfect timing. Wait, she calls out, her form starting to fade. I don't understand. Find me, I whisper as the dream dissolves. Follow the pull of magic. I'll teach you everything they've kept from you. I withdraw from her dreamscape, my consciousness sliding back into the confines of my prison. The connection lingers like honey on my tongue. Sweet, promising. Her untapped magic pulses against my senses, a beacon in the darkness. Such raw power. My coils shift against the cold stone, and she doesn't even know it's there. The remnants of her presence cling to my mind. Her dreams were pathetically easy to infiltrate. No barriers, no resistance. Just an empty vessel waiting to be filled with purpose. My purpose. I close my eyes, focusing on the echo of her magic. It's unlike anything I've encountered in my centuries of existence. Not the sharp, controlled power of the dark elves, nor the wild, earthy magic of my own kind. This is something else entirely. What are you hiding, little human? The magic had responded to my touch, surging stronger when I spoke of power, of freedom. That's the key. Her desperate need for escape mirrors my own. I can use that. My chains clink as I settle into a more comfortable position. Tomorrow night I'll delve deeper into her dreams, explore the shadows of her mind. There must be clues about the nature of her power, some hint of how to awaken it. Soon. The word echoes in my chamber. Soon you'll serve your purpose, Vera. Her name tastes like possibility on my tongue. Like freedom. I just need to be patient, to play the role of mentor and savior until I understand how to harness her magic for my own ends. My fangs gleam in the darkness as I smile. After centuries of imprisonment, what's a few more nights of careful manipulation?
Chapter 5. Vera. My eyes snap open and I bolt upright. The scratchy blanket falls to my waist as my heart pounds against my ribs. The dream clings to my thoughts, refusing to fade like normal dreams do. His voice still echoes in my mind, deep and compelling. You are worth more than they say. My hands tremble as I push back my tangled hair. The dim light filtering through the cracks in my door tells me it's not yet dawn. The mansion sleeps, silent except for the occasional creak of ancient wood. It can't be real, I whisper to myself. But even as the words leave my lips, I remember everything. The way he appeared from the shadows, his presence both terrifying and oddly comforting. I close my eyes, trying to piece together the fragments of my dream. His form shifts like smoke in my memory, refusing to stay still. But those eyes, those piercing green eyes, remain crystal clear, glowing with an ancient power that made my breath catch. What was he? I whisper to myself, drawing my knees to my chest. In the dream, shadows had played across his features, but I remember catching glimpses of something incredible. A flash of scales, iridescent in what little light there was. The curve of a massive tail, coiling through the darkness. Not human, definitely not human. My fingers twist in the thin blanket. His tail. It moved like water. The memory sends a shiver down my spine. I'd seen only portions of it, disappearing into the shadows. But what I'd glimpsed had been beautiful in a terrifying way. But those eyes hold my thoughts captive. They'd seemed to see right through me, filled with knowledge and something else I couldn't name. Green as summer leaves, but with an otherworldly glow that marked him as something more than mortal. Aurel. I test his name on my tongue, barely above a whisper. Even now, hours later, I can feel the weight of his gaze, the way he'd looked at me like I was worth something. The rest of him remains frustratingly unclear, a collection of half-glimpses and impressions that slip away when I try to focus on them. But those fragments I can recall make my heart race with equal parts fear and fascination. That, and the stories he told me about the Dark Elves' cruelty, about being their prisoner, about me having powers I never knew existed. I look down at my pale, thin hands. They're the same hands that have scrubbed floors and carried trays for as long as I can remember. Nothing special. Nothing powerful. Just a dream. My voice sounds hollow in the darkness of my tiny room. It didn't mean anything. But if it was just a dream, why does my chest ache with a strange new feeling? Why do his words keep repeating in my head, making me question everything I've ever believed about myself? The floorboards outside my room creak, and I quickly lie back down, pulling the blanket up to my chin. It was just a dream. It had to be. Because if it wasn't... I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to force away the dangerous whisper of hope that threatens to take root in my heart. My joints creak as I push myself up from the thin straw mattress. Every movement sends daggers of pain through my muscles, but I force myself to stand. The stone floor bites at my bare feet, a familiar discomfort. You are more than what they say. His voice echoes in my head, clear as crystal despite the hours that have passed since the dream. I shuffle to the water basin, splashing my face. The cold water does little to chase away his words or the memory of those piercing green eyes. My reflection in the murky water shows the same pale, gaunt face I've always known. The great hall stretches before me, littered with the remains of Lady Morana's festivities. Half-eaten food, spilled wine, and mud tracked across the stone floors. I dip my brush in the bucket and begin scrubbing. More than what they say, I mutter to myself, attacking a particularly stubborn wine stain. What could that even mean? A piece of fruit pulp sticks to my fingers as I work. The sweet smell has turned sour overnight, much like my thoughts. I can barely lift this bucket. My arms shake with the effort of scrubbing. I get winded climbing stairs. 2 dark elf servants pass by, their boots deliberately stepping in my clean patch of floor. They snicker, but I keep my head down. Their laughter fades down the corridor. My brush moves in steady circles as I consider the creature from my dream. That massive form, the scales that caught what little light there was, the way he looked at me like I was... something. Someone. But I'm not. I whisper to the floor. I'm just... My voice trails off as I notice my knuckles have gone white around the brush handle. I'm nothing. I've always been nothing. The words taste bitter in my mouth, but they're familiar, Safe. The alternative is too dangerous to consider. I shake my head, trying to focus on the wine stain beneath my brush. The bristles scratch against stone in a familiar rhythm, but his words keep echoing. You have strength. You just haven't seen it yet. My arms ache as I dip the brush back in the bucket. Water sloshes over the rim, soaking my already damp skirts. Strength, I mutter, scrubbing harder. What strength? A shadow falls across my work. Lady Mirana's youngest daughter stands over me, her silver hair gleaming in the torchlight. Her eyes flicker green, and I see the fury creep into them like a slow-moving shadow. You missed a spot. She points to the section I just cleaned. Do it again. I bow my head. Yes, my lady. She kicks the bucket, sending dirty water across the floor I spent hours cleaning. All of it, again. My chest tightens as she walks away, her laughter bouncing off the stone walls. I stare at the spreading puddle, at my distorted reflection in the murky water. His voice whispers again in my mind. You are more than what they say. Stop it, I hiss to myself, pressing my palms against my temples. Just stop. But the memory of those green eyes burns through my thoughts, seeing something in me I can't understand. Something I'm afraid to believe exists. My fingers curl against the cold stone. It would be easier to stay small, to remain invisible, to accept what everyone knows to be true. But for the first time in my life, I'm not sure what's true anymore. Lady Mirana's chambers reek of expensive perfume as I scrub the marble floor. 2 dark elf guards lounge by the doorway, picking at a platter of fresh fruits and meats I brought up earlier. Look at her, crawling around like a worm, one guard says through a mouthful of food. Pathetic. The other tosses a grape that hits my back. Can't even clean properly. See those streaks? I keep my head down, but something stirs in my chest. Aurel's words from my dream echo. You are more than what they say. Hey, defect. The first guard kicks at my bucket. You missed a spot, right there. My hands pause on the brush. What if they're wrong? The thought sends a jolt through me, dangerous and thrilling. I've never questioned them before. Are you deaf as well as useless? He steps closer. No, sir. I dip my brush in the bucket, but my heart pounds. This new feeling frightens me. Hope. It's like holding something sharp, exciting but likely to draw blood. They turn back to their food, laughing about some cruel joke. I glance up through my lashes at their plate of untouched delicacies. Their backs are turned. My throat is dry as I stand to refill their water goblets. Before I can stop myself, I lean over their plates. A small glob of spit falls onto their food. I mix it in quickly with a spoon, my pulse racing. About time, one guard grumbles as I retreat. They continue eating, oblivious. A tiny smile tugs at my lips as I return to scrubbing. It's a small act of defiance, but it fills me with a strange warmth. For the first time, I've done something they don't know about, something they can't punish me for. I duck my head to hide my expression, but inside, that dangerous spark of hope flares brighter. The door to my tiny room creaks shut behind me, and I sink onto my thin mattress. My muscles ache from the day's work, but it's not the physical pain that keeps me from lying down. Those green eyes flash in my memory again, burning with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Power. I stretch out my fingers in the dim light, studying their trembling weakness. He said I had power. The word feels foreign on my tongue. Power has always belonged to others, to the dark elves with their cruel smiles and glowing eyes, to the human overseers with their heavy hands and sharp words. Never to me. I press my palms against my chest, searching for something, anything that might feel different. But there's only the familiar flutter of my weak heart, the constant wheeze in my lungs. Where? I whisper to the shadows. Where is this strength you saw? My fingers curl into fists. I've never felt powerful. Not when Lady Morana's daughter made me scrub the same floor 3 times today. Not when the guards spat in my food. Not even when I managed that tiny act of rebellion. But Aurel had looked at me like he could see something I couldn't. Something valuable. Worth saving. It was just a dream, I tell myself again, but the words ring hollow. Dreams fade by morning, becoming hazy and distant. This one stays sharp, every detail crystal clear. The way his massive form moved through shadow, the echo of his voice in my mind, those piercing eyes that seemed to see right through me. I lie back, staring up at the ceiling. What did you see in me? My whisper disappears into the darkness. What secrets do you know? The silence offers no answers, but for the first time in my life, I find myself hoping to dream again. Hoping to see those green eyes, to hear that voice tell me once more that I'm worth something. My heart pounds at the thought. Hope is dangerous. Hope hurts, but I can't seem to push it away. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 6. Aurel. Through the dreamscape, I coil my massive form around her fragile presence, keeping enough distance to not overwhelm her completely. The shadows dance around us, obscuring parts of my serpentine body while revealing others. Perfect for maintaining an air of mystery. You're beginning to see, aren't you, that you are not as weak as they've made you believe. Her small frame tenses, and I catch the slight tremble in her hands. Such a delicate thing. Yet there's something about her that draws me in. The way her energy pulses, untapped and raw. I don't know. I've never been strong. I lean closer, my upper body casting a shadow over her hunched form. But you did something today, didn't you? A small act of defiance. My lips curl into a knowing smile. Tell me how it felt. Her cheeks flush pink. You know about that? The spitting? I chuckle, the sound echoing in the vast dreamscape. Of course I do. I see everything about you, Vera, that tiny spark of rebellion. It felt good, didn't it? She wraps her arms around herself, but I notice the ghost of a smile playing at her lips. It did. That's strength, I whisper, circling closer. That's the power they fear, the power they've tried to crush. Every word is calculated, designed to stoke that ember of rebellion. This broken little human might be my key to freedom, but she needs to believe she's more than she is. But You're just what they told you to be. I cut her off, my voice firm but gentle. Nothing more than what they allowed you to believe. I glide around her in the dreamscape, my serpentine body casting rippling shadows across the misty ground. Her fragile form stands in stark contrast to my massive coils, yet there's something captivating about her vulnerability, perfect for molding into what I need. Strength isn't just about physical power. I keep my voice smooth, measured. You're smarter than they know, more capable than they realize. The magic stones scattered throughout my prison pulse with energy. Even from here, in this dream state, I can feel them. Such fools, these dark elves, to think mere distance would limit my power. I extend my hand, drawing the energy toward me. Shadowy tendrils of magic dance between my fingers, weaving intricate patterns in the air. Vera's eyes widen, following the display. How are you doing that? Magic flows differently for beings like me. I let the shadows swirl closer to her, watching as she reaches out tentatively to touch them. I can teach you more, Vera. You have potential beyond what they've let you see. The shadows coalesce into shapes, birds, flowers, dancing figures, each more intricate than the last. Her breath catches, and I see that spark of wonder I've been waiting for. Could I really learn? Of course. I move closer, letting my magic brush against her consciousness. You just need someone to show you the way. The awe in her eyes is almost pathetic, yet oddly satisfying. Such a simple creature, so easily manipulated by a few pretty tricks. Still, there's something about her earnest response that makes me pause, if only for a moment. I watch her face carefully as she stares at my magic display. Such innocent wonder, such desperate hope. It's almost too easy. I want to believe you. Perfect. I keep my expression neutral, masking the satisfaction coursing through me. Humans are such simple creatures, so eager to grasp at any promise of salvation. And this one? She's practically begging to be used. Believe me, Vera, I can free you from this life. I extend my hand toward her, my claws gleaming in the ethereal light of the dreamscape. My scales shimmer as I move, a calculated display of otherworldly power. But you have to trust me. You must be willing to take that first step toward your own strength. The magic swirls between us, casting shadows across her pale face. Her eyes follow every movement, transfixed by the display. I can practically taste her desperation, her yearning for something, anything, better than her current existence. Centuries of imprisonment has dried out my sympathy. She's a means to an end, and I'll use her as I see fit. The dreamscape pulses around us, my power threading through the very fabric of this shared space. Her life force flutters like a trapped bird, weak yet persistent. Yes, there's something different about this human, something I can use. I reach out, my fingers grazing her shoulder. The contact sends a jolt through my entire being. How long has it been since I've touched another living creature? The sensation is unsettling. Stand up straight, I command, using my touch to guide her posture. A slave cowers. You are not a slave in here. She straightens her spine, though her eyes remain downcast. Another spark shoots through me as I lift her chin with my finger. Look at me when I speak to you. Fear is a choice, Vera. Choose differently. Her eyes meet mine, uncertain but holding. Good. The first step. She starts to look away. No. Keep your eyes on mine. The dark elves want you to look down, to feel small. Is that what you want? No. Then don't give them what they want. The dreamscape ripples around us as I circle her. The magic here feels different, more tangible than it should be. I can actually feel the warmth of her skin, smell the soap she uses to scrub the floors. Strange. Magic flows in your veins, I tell her, though I'm not entirely sure why I can sense her so clearly. I can teach you to harness it, to stand tall, to fight back. The connection between us hums with energy. It's been so long since anyone has even approached my prison. The dark elves sealed me away and forgot me, left me to rot in the darkness. Yet this fragile human somehow found her way to my consciousness. I become all too aware of how close Vera is to my snakeskin. I sense her pulse quicken, can smell her fear. The dreamscape allows a certain intimacy, but it's different from physical touch. Hollow, incomplete. My tongue flicks out, tasting the air around her. Even here, in this shared consciousness, I catch hints of her scent. Soap, sweat, and something else. Something uniquely her, like rich spices. Your hand, I command, extending my own. Give it to me. She hesitates, but reaches out. Her fingers brush against mine, and the contact sends electricity through my scales. Her skin is impossibly soft, delicate like flower petals. I want to know if she's this soft in the physical realm. This warm, this alive. My grip tightens around her fingers. Such fragile bones beneath such delicate skin. I could crush them without effort, yet I find myself being gentle, careful. The urge to taste her overwhelms me. To drag my tongue across her pulse point, to feel her heartbeat against my lips. You're trembling, I observe, drawing her closer. My free hand traces up her arm, feeling goosebumps rise in its wake. Are you afraid? No, she whispers, though her heart races. Her fingers brush against my hand again, more deliberately this time. Okay, I'll try. I bare my teeth in a grin, pushing these unwanted thoughts aside. She's a means to an end, nothing more. Good. Now let me show you what you're truly capable of. But even as I say the words, I find myself wondering what her skin would taste like under my tongue, what sounds she'd make if I pull back from her, shaking off these unwanted thoughts. Centuries of isolation must be affecting my mind more than I realized. This human is nothing but a tool, a means to break these cursed chains. We'll continue another time, I say, forcing my voice to remain steady. The dreamscape ripples around us, my coils shifting restlessly against the ground. You need rest to build your strength. Her face falls. But I want to learn more. Patience. I bare my teeth in what I hope passes for a reassuring smile. Your magic needs time to awaken properly. We can't rush it. The truth is, I need to distance myself. These distractions are dangerous. The dark elves could sense our connection at any moment. I've already wasted too much time indulging in pointless fantasies. Will you come back? Her voice is small, uncertain. Of course. The lie comes easily. I'll always be here to guide you. I begin severing our connection, watching as the dreamscape fades around us. Her form grows translucent, but those eyes, those damn eyes still look at me with such trust, such hope. I coil tighter in my prison as the dream dissolves completely. The familiar weight of my chains returns, along with the damp chill of my underground cell. At least the seeds are planted. Her magic will awaken soon enough, and then I'll be free. The thought doesn't bring as much satisfaction as it should. I sense her awakening, the tendrils of our connection still vibrating in the ether. From my dark prison, I can feel the subtle shifts in her energy, her racing heart, the lingering warmth where our essences touched in the dreamscape. Through our bond, I catch glimpses of her day. She's cleaning as usual, but something's different. Her spine straightens when a dark elf passes. Her movements have purpose. The change is slight, barely noticeable to others. But to me, it's like watching a flower slowly turn toward the sun. My coils shift restlessly against the cold stone floor. This connection, it's stronger than I anticipated. I shouldn't be able to sense her so clearly. Shouldn't feel the ghost of her touch still lingering on my scales. Stand up straight, I whisper, though she can't hear me in her waking state. Yet somehow she does exactly that, squaring her shoulders as she works. The magic pulses between us, a steady thrum that's becoming harder to ignore. I watch through our bond as she pauses in her scrubbing, pressing a hand to her chest where mine had been in the dream. Her lips move, forming words I taught her. I'm not worthless. Something tightens in my chest. Pride, perhaps? Or something more dangerous? I push the thought aside. She's merely a tool, nothing more. These observations are purely strategic. The stronger she becomes, the more useful she'll be. Yet I can't seem to tear my consciousness away from her, watching as she moves through her day with that new spark of defiance carefully hidden behind her eyes. The sun finally dips behind the low-hanging clouds, signifying supper. I watch Vera prepare the evening meal and organize the cutlery on the table. Just before leaving the kitchen, I catch her doing the unthinkable. She glances around furtively. Then, quick as a shadow, her tongue darts out to lick the entire length of the spoon. Lady Moron's spoon, I realize. A sound escapes me, harsh and foreign. It takes me a moment to realize I'm laughing. Clever girl, I murmur, coiling closer to the magical barrier to get a better sense of her movements. She delivers the spoon with perfect servile grace, her eyes downcast, but I catch the tiny quirk at the corner of her mouth. Lady Moron takes her soup, completely unaware. The entertainment doesn't end there. Through our bond, I feel Vera's pulse quicken with mischief as she spots a spindleworm crawling across the floor. She scoops it up, and with timing that surprises even me, drops it down the back of a dark elf soldier's armor just as he passes Lady Moron's chair. The soldier yelps, jumping like he's been struck by lightning. His elbow catches Lady Moron's goblet, sending wine cascading down her expensive silk dress. Another laugh tears from my throat, echoing off the stone walls of my prison. When was the last time I laughed? Decades? Centuries? The sound is rusty, almost painful, but genuine. Well done, I whisper, knowing she can't hear me, but feeling oddly proud nonetheless. The little mouse is showing her claws at last.
Chapter 7. Vera. The cool night air wraps around me, settling deep into my bones. My heart races with anticipation, replaying the thrill of my small act of defiance with the spindleworm. The memory of the dark elf's disgusted face brings a smile to my lips as I close my eyes. The dreamscape materializes around me, and there he is, Aurel. His massive form coils in lazy loops, scales gleaming in the ethereal light. Those piercing eyes fix on me, green fire dancing in their depths. Something in his gaze makes my breath catch. You've been busy today. His voice carries an amused undertone. My magic surges beneath my skin, reaching for him like an eager puppy. I tried what you taught me. And? He shifts closer, his massive form casting shadows over me. It worked. I can't keep the excitement from my voice. The spindleworm actually listened. Of course it did. His hand reaches out, fingers brushing my cheek. The touch sends electricity through my body. You're starting to believe in yourself. Is that why my magic feels so alive right now? Your power responds to your confidence. His thumb traces my jawline. And to me. The intensity in his gaze makes me shiver. My magic leaps and dances under my skin, drawn to him like a moth to flame. His serpentine body shifts closer, coiling around me without touching, creating a private space that feels both intimate and dangerous. Tell me more about what you did today, he whispers, his breath cool against my ear. I feel dizzy with his proximity, but in a good way, like standing at the edge of a cliff, knowing you could fall, but trusting your feet to keep you steady. My throat tightens as I watch him move. Every ripple of muscle beneath his skin, every graceful coil of his serpentine body sends shivers down my spine. I've never felt this way before, this magnetic pull that makes my skin flush and my heart race. Your magic is responding well, he says, his voice like silk sliding over steel. Come closer. I step forward, drawn by something deeper than mere obedience. My eyes trace the strong lines of his jaw, the breadth of his shoulders, the way his human torso melds seamlessly into gleaming scales. He's beautiful in a way that defies everything I know about beauty. His emerald eyes lock onto mine, intense and knowing. Heat floods my cheeks. He's not even human. He's something ancient and powerful and dangerous. And yet, or maybe that's exactly why my body responds to him this way. The alienness of him, the raw power he exudes. My heart hammers wildly. My feet move on their own, drawing me closer to his massive form. The dreamscape shimmers around us, but all I can focus on is the heat emanating from his scales, beckoning me forward. My fingers twitch with the urge to touch him, to feel if he's as warm as he looks. I want to learn more. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. The words feel clumsy on my tongue, but the strange energy inside me pulses stronger with each step. His emerald eyes track my movement, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then let us begin. He shifts, making space beside him. Come. Sit. I hesitate, then settle next to him, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from his body but not quite touching. My heart thunders in my chest. Hold out your hand, he instructs, his voice low and rich. Feel the energy around you. It's like a current in the air. I extend my trembling fingers, trying to focus past my awareness of his proximity. There's something there, a slight tingling sensation that dances across my skin. That's it, he murmurs, and I can hear approval in his voice. Now reach for it, draw it toward you. The energy responds to my call, sending pleasant shivers up my arm. A small gasp escapes my lips as tiny sparks of light dance around my fingertips. Good, he says, and his praise makes my chest tighten with an unfamiliar warmth. You're a natural. The sparks of magic dance around my fingers, and for the first time in my life, I feel alive, whole, like I've been sleeping all these years, and only now am I truly waking up. Beautiful, Aurel murmurs, his eyes fixed on the display of light. You see? You're capable of so much more. My chest tightens at his praise. No one has ever looked at me like this before, like I'm something precious, something worthy. The dark elves see me as property, a defective tool. But Aurel, he sees potential. I never knew I could do this. The magic responds to my wonder, pulsing brighter. Why me? Because you're special, Vera. His massive form shifts closer, and warmth radiates from his scales. You just needed someone to show you the truth. There's something dark in his voice, an edge that should worry me, but his gentleness, the way he guides me with such patience, it makes my heart flutter. When his hand brushes mine, showing me how to shape the magic, electricity shoots through my veins. Tell me more about your homeland, I say, eager to know everything about him. What was it like before the dark elves? A shadow crosses his face, but it's gone so quickly I almost think I imagined it. It was beautiful, peaceful, until they destroyed everything. My heart aches for him. I know what it's like to have everything taken away, to be trapped and powerless. But he's teaching me to be more than that, to rise above what they made me. You're different from them, I whisper, meaning the dark elves. You're kind. He smiles, and something in my chest melts at the sight. I don't notice how his eyes gleam with calculation, too caught up in the way his presence makes me feel seen, important, wanted. For the first time in my life, I have a purpose. I'm not just a slave anymore. I'm something more, something special, and it's all because of him. We continue practicing the exercise, and the energy flows more easily now as I practice drawing it toward me. Each attempt brings more sparks of light dancing around my fingers. Aurel's presence behind me is overwhelming, his massive form radiating heat as he guides my movements. Feel how it responds to your call, he murmurs, his breath tickling my ear. Let it build slowly. I concentrate, watching the tiny motes of light swirl faster. My chest tightens with excitement as they begin to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. That's it, he says. Now direct it outward like this. His hand moves alongside mine, demonstrating the gesture. Our fingers brush together, and suddenly electricity shoots through my entire body. The sparks around my hand explode in a brilliant flash as I stumble backward with a gasp. What was that? My skin tingles where we touched, and my heart hammers against my ribs. The sensation was unlike anything I've ever felt before, like lightning racing through my veins. He turns away sharply, his massive form shifting in the dreamscape. It's nothing, a simple magical reaction. Focus on the exercise. But I can't focus. My heart pounds against my ribs, and that strange energy still courses through my veins, reaching for him like a vine seeking sunlight. The space between us feels charged, crackling with possibility. But I step closer, drawn by something I don't understand. When you touched me, it was like... Enough. His voice carries an edge I haven't heard before. Is it anger, fear, something else entirely? Your magic is unstable. We need to work on control. I bite my lip, watching as he coils tighter into himself, almost defensive. There's something he's not telling me, something in the way he won't meet my eyes. The warmth of his scales seems to pulse with the same rhythm as my racing heart. Aurel. I reach out instinctively, wanting to understand this connection between us. I said focus. His tail lashes out, creating distance between us. But I catch the slight tremor in his hands, the way his breath comes just a little faster. I stumble backward, my heart slamming against my ribs. The dreamscape wavers around me, shadows dancing at the edges of my vision. The magic that felt so warm and inviting moments ago now crackles with an edge that makes my skin crawl. I'm sorry, I whisper, wrapping my arms around myself. The familiar feeling of worthlessness creeps back in, crushing the brief moment of confidence I'd felt. I didn't mean to. Aurel's massive form straightens, his scales gleaming as he draws himself up to his full height. The warmth in his eyes has vanished, replaced by something cold and distant that makes me want to shrink into myself. We should continue with the basics, he says, his voice carefully controlled. Your control needs work. My hands tremble as I try to steady myself. The connection we'd shared moments ago feels broken, shattered by whatever just passed between us. I watch him warily, suddenly aware of how small I am compared to his towering form. Maybe. My voice catches. Maybe I should go. His tail shifts restlessly against the ground, and I flinch at the movement. The dreamscape feels colder now, more hostile. Or maybe that's just my fear talking. What was that spark between us? Why did it frighten him so much? I can't find the words to ask. My throat feels too tight, my chest too heavy with the weight of his rejection. The slave in me wants to apologize again, to beg forgiveness for whatever I did wrong. But something else, something new and fragile, holds me back. A warm sensation brushes against the back of my neck, and I shiver as Aurel's massive form sweeps closer. The coldness from moments ago melts away as his magic envelops me. My muscles relax, tension seeping from my shoulders. Your fear betrays you, he murmurs, his voice rich and deep. But there's no need for it. The dreamscape shifts around us, becoming softer, warmer. His scales gleam in the ethereal light as he moves closer still, and I find myself leaning back slightly, drawn to his warmth. We'll continue your training next time, he says, and something in his tone makes my heart flutter. You have potential, little one, more than you know. My eyelids grow heavy, as his magic wraps around me like silk. I try to fight it, wanting to stay in this moment just a little longer, but exhaustion pulls at me. The last thing I feel is the solid strength of his arms as I fall backward, my consciousness slipping away into peaceful darkness.
Chapter 8. Aurel. I pace in my dreamscape prison watching Vera struggle with the simple magic exercise I've set for her. My coils shift restlessly against the ground. Days of this, and still no progress. Time bleeds away while she fumbles with basic incantations. Focus, Vera, you're holding back! My voice carries an edge of irritation. How long must I wait? These chains grow heavier with each passing moment. I'm trying. She grits her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Her hands shake as she attempts to channel energy from the stones around us. Try harder. I slide closer, towering over her slight frame. The magic is there. You can feel it, can't you? Stop fighting it. She closes her eyes, concentration etched across her features. A flicker of energy sparks between her palms, then fizzles out. Damn it. This isn't working. I turn away, my tail lashing in frustration. You need to stop thinking like a slave. How am I supposed to think? Her voice cracks. I've never been anything else. I whirl back to face her. Then pretend. Imagine you're one of them. Those bastards who look down on you. Channel that anger, that resentment. Her eyes snap open, meeting mine. There's a flash of something there. Defiance, perhaps. Good. I can work with that. Again, I command. And this time, remember how they treat you, how they mock you. Use it. She pushes back her mop of blonde curls and raises her hands once more, but the magic refuses to come. My jaw clenches. At this rate, I'll rot in this prison forever. What use is she if she can't even master the basics? Maybe I was wrong about you. The words slip out, sharp with disappointment. Her shoulders slump, and I see that familiar defeat creeping back into her posture. Damn it all. This isn't working. I need a new approach before she gives up entirely. I slide behind her, my chest nearly touching her back. Her scent fills my senses. A mix of lavender soap and something uniquely her. Damn these dreams making everything feel so real. I shouldn't be able to smell her, to feel the warmth radiating from her skin. Stop thinking. My hands cover hers and electricity shoots through my arms. My breath catches. What is this? Just let it flow. She trembles against me, her pulse racing beneath my touch. I lean down, my lips nearly brushing her ear. Feel the power around you. Draw it in. I can't concentrate when you're... Her voice trails off as my fingers tighten over hers. When I'm what? I press closer, using my body to guide her movements. The magic stones pulse around us, responding to our combined energy. Focus, Vera. She inhales sharply, her small back arching slightly. The air crackles with potential. Yes, there it is. Do it, I whisper, my voice rougher than intended. Now! Magic explodes from her palms, a burst of pure energy that lights up the dreamscape. She spins in my arms, her face radiant with triumph. I did it! Her eyes shine with joy and something twists in my chest. Did you see? I step back, disturbed by my reaction to her closeness. This is just manipulation, I remind myself. She's merely a tool for my escape. Nothing more. But why does her smile make me want to pull her closer, to feel her small body pressed into mine? My magic snaps, and so does my tail, beckoning to coil around her. I force myself back, my tail whipping against the dreamscape floor. The heat in my blood cools as I study her with new eyes. That burst of power, it wasn't just beginner's luck. The magical stones around us still hum with residual energy, Do it again. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Vera's smile falters. I don't know if I can. You can. I circle her slowly, assessing. The power's there, I can sense it. And I do. It pulses beneath her skin like a second heartbeat, wild and untamed. How did I miss this before? She raises her hands, trembling. The dust around us stirs, gathering into a flickering tundra, but then dies. Vera's shoulders slump. Something's blocking you? I stop in front of her, studying her face. Your body's weak, yes, but this is different. I reach out, my fingers hovering near her temple. The magical feedback makes my skin tingle. What are you? I'm nobody. She steps back, wrapping her arms around herself. Just a defective slave. No. I grab her wrist, ignoring the jolt of electricity between us. You're something else. Something more. The magic stones pulse brighter around her, responding to her presence in a way I've never seen. Who were your parents? I don't know. The Dark Elves never... She trails off, looking away. I release her, my mind racing. Could she be? After all these centuries, but she's so damn fragile. Unless... Your weakness, I say slowly. It's not natural, is it? It feels like a binding, like chains, like my own imprisonment, but wrapped around her very essence. She looks up at me, confusion clear in those wide eyes. What do you mean? I bare my teeth in frustration. Someone's done this to her, sealed away her true nature. But why? And more importantly, how can I use this to my advantage? I move closer to Vera, my coils sliding silently across the dreamscape floor. Her magic pulses erratically, like a trapped bird trying to break free. Such potential, yet she holds herself back, just like these chains hold me back. Yes, you're learning. I keep my voice smooth, encouraging. My tail flicks with barely contained impatience. But you're still fighting yourself. She shakes her head, blonde curls falling across her face. I don't understand. How can I be fighting myself? Because you believe what they've told you. I circle behind her, close enough that my chest nearly brushes her back. The scent of her fills my senses again. Damn these vivid dreams. Every time they called you worthless, every time they sneered at your weakness, you accepted it. Her shoulders tense. Because it's true! No. I grip her shoulders, spinning her to face me. Electric jolts shoot through my palms where they touch her skin. It's what they wanted you to believe. These limitations. My fingers trace up to her temple, and the magic stones around us pulse brighter. They're not yours. They were placed on you. What do you mean? Placed on me? Her eyes widen, and for a moment I see a flash of something ancient in their depths. I smile, small but sharp. Finally, she's starting to ask the right questions. Think about it. Why would they need to constantly remind you of your weakness if it were natural? The magic stones hum louder, responding to her growing awareness. Perfect. Let her question everything they've told her. Let her doubt seep into those carefully constructed walls they've built around her power. Try again, I command softly. But this time, stop telling yourself you can't. The dreamscape trembles beneath my coils as Vera's magic surges. Her energy shifts, no longer the weak flickers of before, but something raw and powerful. The dust around us rises, spinning in intricate patterns around her fingers. That's it! I lean forward, studying the way the magic responds to her. Let it flow naturally. Her eyes remain closed, face serene with concentration. The floor quakes harder. I feel the ancient stones humming in response to her power. Such potential, hidden beneath years of enforced weakness. More, I urge, circling closer. Push it further. The The dust transforms into shimmering ribbons of pure energy, dancing between her palms. My breath catches. This is no simple parlor trick. This is primal magic, the kind that could shatter walls and break chains. "Look at what you're doing," I say, my voice rough with excitement. The magical feedback makes my scales tingle. "Open your eyes." She does and gasps at the display of power floating before her. "How am I—" "Don't question it. Just feel it." I slide behind her, close enough to sense the magic pulsing beneath her skin. This is only the beginning of what you're capable of. The stones around us glow brighter, drawn to her energy like moths to flame. My mind races with possibilities. What else might she be able to do? What other powers lie dormant within her? I've never seen magic respond quite like this, I admit, watching the energy weave through her fingers. There's something different about you, something special. Her power flares at my words, and the very air crackles with potential. Yes, she could be exactly what I need, not just to escape, but to understand the mysteries of her own existence, and perhaps to unlock even greater powers. I push Vera harder tonight, watching her channel raw energy through the ancient stones scattered around us. Her power has grown exponentially these past weeks, but something still holds her back. A barrier I need her to break. "Again!" I command, circling her. "This time, draw from deeper within." She grits her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. The stones pulse brighter, responding to her call. Magic crackles through the air, making my scales tingle. "More!" I slide closer, my voice dropping lower. "You're still holding back." "I can't—" She gasps, her legs trembling with effort. "You can. Stop thinking like a slave." The magic surges, wild and untamed. The very air vibrates with potential. My tail twitches with excitement. This is what I've been waiting for. "Focus it," I instruct, moving behind her. "Channel it through." Her knees buckle. Without thinking, I lunge forward, catching her before she hits the ground. My arms wrap around her waist, pulling her against my chest. The contact sends electricity shooting through my body. She turns her head, and suddenly her face is inches from mine. Her breath catches. Those eyes, when did they become so captivating? I can feel her heart racing where my hands grip her sides. The magic stones pulse in rhythm with our heartbeats, casting shifting shadows across her features. Her lips part slightly, and something primal stirs in my blood. What am I doing? She's just a tool, nothing more. But then why can't I look away? Why do I want to? The air between us crackles with more than just magic. My gaze drops to her lips. For a moment, I forget myself. They're soft, slightly parted, and far too tempting. The magic stones pulse around us, matching the thundering of my heart. Heat courses through my veins, and my tail coils tighter against the ground to keep from wrapping around her waist. I pull back abruptly, steadying her on her feet. "Careful." The word comes out rougher than intended, and I clear my throat. A blush spreads across her cheeks, staining them pink. Her pulse races beneath my hands where they still grip her arms. "Thank you," she whispers, and the softness in her voice makes something twist in my chest. I turn away, forcing my expression blank. I can't let her see how she affects me. Can't let her know that for a moment there I wanted... No. Focus on the goal. Freedom, revenge, nothing else matters. Don't let your emotions distract you, I say coldly, putting distance between us. Focus on your training. My scales scrape against the dreamscape floor as I move, trying to ignore the lingering warmth where her body pressed against mine. Damn these dreams for feeling so real. Damn her for making me feel things I haven't felt in centuries. I watch Vera rest against a dreamscape boulder, her chest rising and falling with exhausted breaths. The magic stones around us still pulse with residual energy from our training session. Her power grows stronger each night, Yet something else grows too. Something that makes my coils twitch with unease. My gaze traces the curve of her neck, the way her curls falls across her face. Even exhausted, she holds herself differently now. There's a quiet strength emerging, like a flower breaking through stone. Damn it all, I mutter, turning away. She's nothing but a means to an end. A key to unlock these cursed chains. I've spent centuries plotting my escape. I won't let some human slave derail my plans with her soft eyes and gentle smile. But the energy doesn't lie. I feel it crackling between us, electric and alive. When she touches me, it's like being struck by lightning. Every brush of skin sets my scales on fire. Is everything all right? She asks, and her voice slides down my spine like honey. Rest, I snap, harsher than intended. You'll need your strength. She flinches slightly at my tone, and something in my chest tightens. Weakness. That's all this is. Centuries of isolation making me forget myself. Making me imagine feelings where there should be none. And yet, the way her magic responds to mine, the way she looks at me when she thinks I'm not watching. My tail lashes against the ground. No, she is my pawn. Nothing more. These feelings are irrelevant, inconvenient. But as I steal another glance at her peaceful face, I can't quite convince myself it's true.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 9. Vera. My heart pounds against my ribs as I descend the worn stone steps. The darkness wraps around me like a shroud, but I force myself to breathe steadily, remembering Aurel's teachings. Stay calm, focus on each step, listen to your surroundings. The map he showed me in our dreams burns in my mind as I navigate the twisting corridors. Left at the broken sconce, right at the statue with the missing arm. The air grows colder, damper with each step deeper into the mansion's bowels. A door creaks somewhere above. I press myself against the wall, holding my breath. Footsteps echo, then fade. Once silence returns, I continue my descent. You're doing well. I imagine Aurel's voice guiding me. Remember what I taught you about the shadows. I whisper the incantation he showed me, feeling the magic ripple over my skin. It's not much, just enough to blur my edges, make me harder to notice. My legs tremble with the effort of maintaining the spell, but I push through the weakness. The corridor opens into a wider chamber. Torches flicker in iron brackets, casting dancing shadows on ancient stone. I pause, listening for guards. Nothing but the quiet drip of water. 3 more turns. I mouth to myself, checking each intersection against the map in my memory. Left, right, then down the final stairs. My chest tightens as I near his prison. After weeks of dreams, of training, of yearning, I'm finally going to see him in the flesh. The thought makes my pulse race faster than fear of discovery. I press myself against the cold stone wall, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Footsteps echo from around the corner, the steady rhythm of dark elf guards on patrol. Steady your breathing, Aurel's voice whispers in my mind, as familiar now as my own thoughts. Remember what I taught you. In through your nose, out through your mouth. I follow his instruction, forcing my racing pulse to slow. The spell of concealment flickers around me, and I struggle to maintain it. Focus on the shadows. His voice guides me. Let them embrace you. The guards pass by, so close I can smell the leather of their boots. My legs quiver with the effort of standing still, but I don't dare move. One of them pauses, and I bite my lip to keep from gasping. "Did you hear something?" he asks his companion. "Just the water dripping? This place always makes noise." They move on, their footsteps fading into the darkness. I wait until I can't hear them anymore before releasing my held breath. Good. Aurel's praise warms me despite the dungeon's chill. Now, 3 more corridors. My hands shake as I trace the wall, using it to guide my steps. The stone is slick with moisture, and the air grows heavier with each descending step. I've never been this deep in the mansion before. Never dared. "You've got this," he encourages, and I draw strength from his confidence. Even if it's just in my mind, his voice steadies me. A rat scurries past my feet, and I clamp my hand over my mouth to muffle my startled squeak. The concealment spell wavers again, but I manage to hold it this time. "Almost there," Aurel whispers. "You're doing so well, Vera." The cold seeps through my thin dress as I descend deeper into the dungeons. Each step feels heavier than the last, and my legs tremble, not just from weakness, but from fear. The shadows press in around me, and even with Aurel's concealment spell, I feel exposed. A drop of water hits my neck, making me flinch. The stone walls seem to close in, and my breath comes in short gasps. The magic flickers around me, threatening to fade. "Aurel!" I whisper into the darkness, my voice barely a breath. "Are you sure I can do this?" His voice fills my mind, warm and steady despite the chill. "You've already proven stronger than you know. Remember the first time you held the magic?" But that was different. That was just in dreams. My fingers trace the damp wall, seeking something solid to ground me. This is real. If they catch me. "They won't," he cuts in, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "I've taught you well, little one. Your magic may be weak, but your mind is sharp." Another water drop hits my shoulder, and I shiver. "What if I fail you?" "Look how far you've come," he says, gentler now. "From a slave who couldn't meet anyone's eyes to someone brave enough to venture into these depths. You won't fail." The conviction in his voice wraps around me like a warm cloak, steadying my nerves. I straighten my spine, just as he taught me, and take a deep breath. "Keep moving," he urges. "I'm waiting." My hands tremble as I stand before the final door, its ancient hinges crusted with rust and age. Aurel's words from our dreams echo in my mind. "Use your mind, not just your body." The lock is intricate, a dark elf design meant to repel brute force. But Aurel taught me to look closer, to see the patterns within patterns. My fingers trace the metalwork, feeling for the catch he described. 3 notches to the left, I whisper to myself, remembering his patient instruction. Then press the centre until it clicks. The mechanism fights me, stiff from disuse. My arms shake with the effort, and sweat beads on my forehead despite the chill. For a moment, panic rises in my throat. What if I can't do this? What if I fail? "Focus," his voice whispers in my memory. "You're stronger than you know." I close my eyes, steadying my breathing like he taught me. The lock's inner workings become clear in my mind, not just metal and springs, but a flow of energy waiting to be redirected. "Magic isn't about power," he'd said. "It's about understanding patterns." My fingers find the hidden lever, and I hear the satisfying click of tumblers falling into place. The door groans softly as it opens, revealing the darkness beyond. I did it. I breathe, barely believing my own success. Now comes the hard part, facing whatever lies beyond this threshold. The stairs spiral down into suffocating darkness. My fingers trail along the damp stone walls, counting the turns just as Aurel taught me. 1, 2, 3. The air grows thick, almost too heavy to breathe. Remember the pattern, I whisper to myself, recalling Aurel's lessons. The wards pulse with an eerie blue light as I approach the sealed door. My hands shake as I trace the intricate magical symbols, counterclockwise for binding spells. His voice echoes in my memory. Feel the energy flow through your fingers. The first ward dissolves under my touch. Sweat beads on my forehead as I move to the second one. The magic fights back, trying to repel my clumsy attempts to unravel it. A footstep echoes behind me. My heart stops. A dark elf guard stands at the bottom of the stairs, his silver eyes widening in recognition. You, he starts, reaching for his weapon. My body moves before my mind can catch up. The spell bursts from my hands without thought or intention, raw, instinctive magic fueled by pure terror. Blue light explodes between us. The guard crumples mid-step, his sword clattering against the stone floor. I press myself against the wall, trembling as I stare at his unconscious form. I did it. My voice comes out as a breathless whisper. I actually did it. The realization hits me like a physical blow. I've attacked a guard, used magic. There's no going back now. The ancient door groans open, and my breath catches in my throat. There, in the darkness, 2 emerald eyes pierce through the gloom like twin moons. My heart stutters as Aurel's massive form emerges from the shadows, chains rattling against stone as he stretches his serpentine body to its full length. You did well, he purrs, his voice deeper and richer than in our dreams. The sound wraps around me like velvet, sending shivers down my spine. I can't move, can't speak. He's magnificent, terrifying and beautiful all at once. His human torso ripples with strength, skin pale from centuries without sunlight. Dark hair falls past broad shoulders, and those eyes, they hold ages of wisdom and power that make my knees weak. His serpent body coils and shifts, scales gleaming in the dim light like polished obsidian. The chains binding him look absurd now that I see him in person, like trying to contain a storm with spider silk. Power radiates from him in waves, familiar yet so much more intense than in our shared dreams. It feels like coming home after a lifetime of wandering. My skin tingles with the proximity of his magic, drawing me toward him like a moth to flame. The sharp sting hits before I hear the whistle of the arrow. Pain explodes through my side, and my legs buckle beneath me. The cold stone floor rushes up to meet me, but strong arms catch me before I hit the ground. Damn it! Aurel's voice rumbles above me. His chest is warm against my cheek as he lifts me. Hold on. My fingers clutch at his skin, leaving crimson streaks across his pale chest. The arrow shaft juts from between my ribs, each breath sending waves of fire through my body. I can't. It hurts. Keep your eyes open. His grip tightens as he moves, his serpentine body coiling protectively around us. Focus on my voice. Blood seeps between my fingers, hot and sticky. The edges of my vision blur, but I force myself to look up at him. His emerald eyes burn with an intensity I've never seen before, not even in our dreams. I'm sorry, I whisper, my voice catching. I failed. Shut up. His command is harsh, but his touch remains gentle as he cradles me closer. You didn't fail anything. Just stay with me. Footsteps echo down the corridor. More guards coming. Aurel's muscles tense beneath my hands, and I feel the rumble of a growl build in his chest. Don't let go, he says, and there's something in his voice I can't quite name. Fear, concern. Whatever happens, don't you dare let go. Chapter 10. Vera. Boots thunder down the stone steps as dark elves pour into the dungeon. Their silver armour gleams in the dim light, weapons drawn. My vision swims, pain radiating from the arrow in my side. Leave me, I whisper against Aurel's chest, certain he'll abandon me now that I'm a burden. I'll only slow you down. His arms tighten around me. Shut up. His voice rumbles through his chest. You didn't free me just to die here. An arrow whistles past us. Aurel's body coils protectively around mine as he moves, faster than I thought possible. The world spins as he navigates the narrow corridors. Stop them! A dark elf commander's voice echoes off the walls. The Naga must not escape. My fingers slip on Aurel's skin, slick with my own blood. The pain makes it hard to hold on, but his earlier words echo in my mind. Don't you dare let go. Stay with me, he growls, ducking under a low archway. His serpentine body moves with fluid grace despite carrying me. Keep those eyes open. I force myself to focus on his face, the determined set of his jaw, the fierce gleam in his emerald eyes. He could have left me, should have left me, but he didn't. Why? I manage through gritted teeth. He glances down at me, something unreadable flickering across his features. Because you're mine now. The possessive growl in his voice sends warmth spreading through my chest, stronger than the pain. As consciousness fades in and out, I cling to that warmth, to the solid strength of his arms around me, to the knowledge that he chose to keep me. My heart swells with something dangerous, hope, perhaps, or something deeper. Aurel's massive body curls around me as another volley of arrows rains down. His muscles tense and flex against my skin, shielding me from the assault. Stay conscious, he orders, his voice tight with strain. Focus on my voice. I try to summon magic, but it slips through my fingers like water. My blood drips steadily onto the stone floor, each drop echoing in my ears. I can't. The magic won't. Don't waste your strength. He deflects a sword strike with his tail, sending the dark elf flying into the wall. 3 more soldiers rush forward. Aurel's arms tighten around me as he weaves between their attacks, his movements fluid despite carrying my weight. The clash of steel against his scales rings through the corridor. Behind you! I gasp as another soldier appears. Aurel spins, using his tail like a whip. The soldier crashes into his companions with a sickening crunch. My magic burns beneath my skin, desperate to help, but my body betrays me. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision. Please, let me try. Damn it, woman, stay still. He catches an arrow inches from my face. You've done enough. More boots thunder down the stairs. A fresh wave of soldiers appears, their silver armour gleaming. There's too many, I whisper, my fingers weakly clutching his arm. The magic writhes inside me, useless and painful. My ribs feel like they're splitting apart. I try once more to channel it, but only manage a weak spark that fizzles in the air. Save your strength, Aurel growls, his chest heaving against my cheek. I won't let them have you. Aurel sets me down against the cold stone wall, his muscles coiled with tension. Stay here. His voice is sharp, commanding. My fingers clutch at empty air as he pulls away. The arrow in my side throbs with each breath, but the pain dulls compared to the terror of watching him charge into battle. His massive form fills the corridor as he meets the dark elves head-on. Steel rings against scales. Bodies fly through the air. I've never seen anything like it. He moves like liquid shadow, deadly grace in every strike. Traitor! A dark elf shouts before Aurel's tail sends him crashing into the ceiling. My vision blurs, but I force myself to stay conscious. A flash of movement catches my eye. A dark elf soldier lies sprawled before me, blood trickling from his mouth. His silver eyes lock onto mine with pure hatred. "Worthless human," he spits, pushing himself up on trembling arms. I try to scramble back, but the wall blocks my escape. The arrow shifts in my side, sending waves of agony through my body. A scream tears from my throat as his armoured hand closes around my ankle. "Aurel!" I cry out, but he's engaged with 3 other soldiers, his massive form blocking the corridor ahead. The dark elf's grip tightens, drawing me closer. His other hand reaches for his dagger. I kick out wildly, but in my weakened state, it's like hitting stone. "You'll pay for this betrayal," he snarls, blade glinting in the dim light. The dark elf's fingers dig into my ankle, his sneer twisting his perfect features. "Look at you, pathetic creature. Can't even defend yourself." My hand trembles against my side, fingers brushing against the small dagger I'd hidden in the folds of my dress. The one I'd stolen weeks ago, but never had the courage to use. Always needing someone to save you. He drags me closer, silver eyes glinting with malice. "Your Naga friend is busy. No one's coming to help you now." The blade feels cold against my palm as I grip it. My other hand presses against the stone floor, trying to push myself away. "Even now, you're shaking like a leaf." He laughs, reaching for my throat. Weak, useless, just like always. Something snaps inside me. Years of abuse, of being called worthless, of being treated like nothing. It all crashes through me like a wave. I pull the dagger free and drive it into his temple with a scream. His eyes widen in shock. Blood sprays across my face, warm and sticky. "Not useless," I gasp, yanking the blade out. "Not anymore." He tries to speak, but I stab again, and again. Each thrust of the blade sends more blood spattering across my skin. My arms ache, but I can't stop, won't stop. The warmth trailing down my cheeks feels like freedom, like power. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, half hysterical, half triumphant. For the first time in my life, I'm not helpless. My hands tremble as I stare at the dead dark elf, his silver blood pooling beneath his head. The dagger slips from my grip, clattering against the stone floor. My chest heaves with each breath, and something burns beneath my skin. Not pain, but power. Magic crackles through my veins, electric and alive. It feels different from before, stronger somehow. The arrow in my side barely registers anymore. What's happening to me?" I whisper, watching silver sparks dance across my fingertips. Behind me, Aurel dispatches the last guard with a brutal efficiency. His massive form coils around the corridor as he turns to me, his eyes widening at the sight. "Your magic," he breathes, moving closer. "It's changing." I lift my hands, watching the silver light pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. I've never felt like this before. This strength ... My voice catches. Humans can't do this, can they? Aurel's expression shifts, something like recognition flickering across his features. "No," he says slowly. "They can't." The dead elf's blood mingles with my own on the floor, and I notice something strange. Where they meet, both shimmer with the same silvery sheen. My stomach lurches. "What am I?" The words come out barely above a whisper. Aurel's hand brushes my cheek, turning my face toward him. His eyes search mine intently. "You're something far more interesting than a mere human," he murmurs. And now I understand why we connected so easily. The magic surges again, stronger this time, making me gasp. It feels right, natural, like something long dormant finally awakening. Enough of this. Aurel's voice cuts through my racing thoughts. His muscled arms slide beneath me, lifting me against his chest. You did well, little one. Better than I expected. The praise warms something inside me, despite the pain radiating from my side. The arrow shifts as he adjusts his grip, making me gasp. Stay still, he orders, his chest rumbling against my cheek. And try not to bleed all over me. I manage a weak laugh. Sorry to ruin your dramatic escape. You've made it far more interesting, I'll give you that. His massive form coils through the corridor, movements fluid despite carrying me. Now shut up and focus on staying conscious. My fingers curl against his skin, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat. It's strange how safe I feel in his arms, even with dark elf soldiers in pursuit and an arrow in my side. The magic still crackles beneath my skin, but it feels distant now, overshadowed by exhaustion. I didn't know I had it in me. I murmur, thinking of the dead elf. To kill someone. You're full of surprises. His grip tightens as he navigates a sharp turn. We'll discuss your hidden talents later. For now, stay quiet and let me get us out of here. I press my face against his chest, breathing in his scent of stone and ancient magic. The world spins less when I close my eyes, so I do, trusting him to carry me to safety.
Chapter 11. Aurel. I cradle Vera in my arms as we rush through the dark corridors, my serpentine body propelling us forward with fluid grace. The scent of fresh blood lingers on her, dark elf blood. My gaze flicks to her face, studying the crimson spatters across her pale skin and the wild gleam in her eyes. Who would have thought this frail human harbored such darkness within? The way she stabbed that dark elf. There was no hesitation, no mercy, just pure, unbridled rage finally breaking free after years of oppression. That was impressive back there, I murmur, feeling her small form tremble against my chest. Not from fear, I realize, but from excitement. The magic radiating from her pulses stronger now, like a heartbeat finding its rhythm. She looks up at me, blood still dripping from her chin. I felt powerful. You did well. My lips curl into a satisfied smile. Perhaps I've underestimated her potential. This broken slave has teeth after all. How does it feel? Finally, striking back. Good. Her voice comes out barely above a whisper, but there's an edge to it I've never heard before. Really good. I tighten my grip on her as we navigate another turn. The violence I witnessed has changed my perception of her. She's not just some weak pawn to be manipulated. There's something more primal, more dangerous lurking beneath that fragile exterior. The elves ready their weapons. Steel brandishes against steel, echoing through the din of the corridors. Vera hangs limp in my arms, but we push on. Power surges through my body, raw and untamed after decades of suppression. The familiar hum of magic tingles beneath my skin as I cradle Vera against my chest. Her blood seeps into my clothes, warm and sticky. Hold tight, I tell her, my tail whipping out to slam a dark elf into the wall. The satisfying crunch of bones brings a smile to my lips. More guards pour in from the corridors, their weapons raised. The air crackles with defensive spells, but they're nothing compared to my unleashed might. I bare my fangs, feeling truly alive for the first time in centuries. You dare cage me! My voice booms through the halls as I send a wave of destructive magic through the corridor. The stone walls crack and splinter. I am Aurel, and I will not be contained. Vera whimpers in my arms, her fingers clutching weakly at my chest. The sound stirs something protective inside me, something I quickly push aside. She served her purpose. That's all. Behind you! She warns, her voice barely a whisper. I spin, my tail catching another guard across the throat. Blood sprays across the walls. The scent of it fills my nostrils, awakening ancient hungers. With a roar, I surge forward, my serpentine body crushing everything in its path. The front doors loom ahead, sealed with magic far weaker than my own. I gather my power, feeling it build like a storm. Watch, I tell Vera, though I'm not sure why I care to impress her. The doors explode outward in a shower of splinters and metal, my magic tearing through their wards like paper. Fresh air hits my face for the first time in decades. The night sky stretches above us, endless and free. My body tingles with renewed strength as I rise to my full height, my scales gleaming in the moonlight. More guards approach, but they hesitate now. They see what I truly am, not a prisoner, but a god among insects. I blast another wave of magic at the pursuing guards, their bodies crumpling like paper dolls against my power. The forest looms ahead, dark and promising, perfect for losing any survivors foolish enough to follow. My tail propels us forward as I cradle Vera's small form against my chest. Her breathing comes in short, irregular gasps, and her skin has taken on an alarming pallor. The arrow wound in her side still bleeds, staining my scales crimson. "Stay with me," I mutter, though I'm not sure why I care. She served her purpose. I'm free. That was the plan all along. Nothing more. Yet when her fingers weakly clutch at my chest, something unfamiliar twists inside me. Her face, still spattered with dark elf blood from her kill, looks younger in unconsciousness, more vulnerable. I should have left her, I whisper to myself, slithering deeper into the shadows of ancient trees. The words taste wrong on my tongue, hollow and false. My arms tighten around her instinctively as she shivers. "Cold," she mumbles, her head lolling against my shoulder. I pause, looking down at her face, all angles and shadows. This fragile human who dared to free me, who showed such unexpected savagery when cornered, who now bleeds because of my plans. But as her breathing grows more labored, I find myself moving faster through the undergrowth, my heart racing with something that feels dangerously close to fear. I glance over my shoulder, my jaw clenching at the sound of voices echoing through the dense forest. The dark elves' footsteps crunch through the underbrush, drawing closer with each passing moment. "They're persistent," I mutter, my tail propelling us forward through the shadows. These bastards never knew when to quit. Even after all these years, they still think they can control me. A weak stirring in my arms draws my attention. Vera's eyes flutter open, glazed with pain. Blood trickles from the corner of her mouth, and her skin has taken on an alarming grayish tinge. "Aurel." Her voice comes out as barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." Something twists in my chest at the sound of her voice. Why is she apologizing? She freed me. She killed for me. She's bleeding because of me. I look down at her, and despite my best efforts to maintain my detachment, my expression softens. "Don't speak. Save your strength." Her fingers clutch weakly at my chest, leaving bloody prints on my skin. The arrow wound in her side hasn't stopped bleeding. If anything, the flow seems to have increased with our frantic escape. Another shout rings out behind us, closer this time. Much closer. I tighten my grip on Vera and pick up speed, my serpentine body weaving between the ancient trees. Her head lolls against my shoulder, and I feel her breath coming in short, irregular gasps. The voices draw nearer. "This way, I see movement!" Vera's eyes close again, her hand falling limply to her side. I shake her gently. "Stay with me. Don't you dare die now." Her fingers brush against my chest, leaving trails of warmth that burn through my cold-blooded flesh. "You didn't have to save me." My jaw clenches. The sound of pursuit grows closer, boots crunching through dead leaves and broken branches. We're leaving an obvious trail. Her blood marks our path like a beacon. "Quiet!" My tail propels us forward, but her dead weight slows me down. Each movement sends fresh blood trickling down my scales. The dark elves' voices echo through the trees, drawing nearer with every passing second. I could drop her, leave her for the dark elves while I make my escape. She served her purpose. I'm free. What more do I need from this broken human? Her head lolls against my shoulder, breath coming in shallow gasps. The scent of her blood fills my nostrils, mixed with the lingering traces of dark elf blood still spattered across her face. Such a strange contradiction. This fragile creature who killed without hesitation to free me. Stay awake, I growl, though I'm not sure why I care. My mind races through possibilities, calculating odds of survival. With her, my chances drop significantly. Without her... She whimpers softly, fingers clutching weakly at my chest. Just... leave me. You can... move faster. Something twists in my chest at her words. After everything, she's still trying to help me escape. Foolish human. The sounds of pursuit grow louder. I could drop her. I should drop her. Every logical part of my mind screams at me to abandon this burden and save myself. Instead, my arms tighten around her small form as I weave through the ancient trees, my tail leaving deep grooves in the earth. I grit my teeth as another wave of dark elf voices echoes through the forest. My tail leaves deep grooves in the earth as I slither between ancient trees, Vera's blood marking our trail like breadcrumbs. The logical choice is clear. Drop her and save myself. She's dead weight now, slowing me down with every labored breath. I've gotten what I wanted. Freedom, power, revenge. But every time I consider letting her fall, my mind floods with images of her lying in the dirt, bleeding out alone. Her pale face spattered with dark elf blood, evidence of what she was willing to do for me. The way she didn't hesitate to kill for our escape. Damn it! I hiss, adjusting my grip as she shivers against my chest. Why do I care? Her fingers weakly clutch at my skin, leaving bloody prints that burn like brands. This foreign emotion churning in my gut. I can't control it, can't suppress it, can't reason it away. It's maddening. The sound of pursuit grows louder, boots crunching through dead leaves, voices calling out commands. They're organizing a strategic search pattern. Smart bastards! My tail whips out, shoving aside a fallen log. The movement draws a whimper from Vera, and something twists in my chest. Damn these foreign emotions. I should drop her. Every logical part of my mind screams at me to abandon this burden. Please, she mumbles, fingers weakly clutching at my chest. You can move faster without... I said shut up. I curl my body around a massive tree trunk, using it as cover while I listen to the approaching footsteps. I'm not leaving you here. The words surprise me as much as they seem to surprise her. Her eyes flutter open, clouded with pain but questioning. I look away, unable to meet her gaze. Why? Her voice is barely a whisper now. I don't answer. I can't answer, because I don't understand it myself. Instead, I tighten my grip and push forward, deeper into the shadows of the ancient forest. The dark elves' voices echo behind us, but I won't stop. Not now. Not when freedom is so close. And not when the thought of abandoning her feels like poison in my veins.
Chapter 12. Vera. The flames dance before my eyes, casting flickering shadows across the cave walls. My side throbs where the arrow struck me, though Aurel cleaned and bandaged it hours ago. His touch had been clinical, detached. Nothing like the warmth I felt in our shared dreams. From the far side of the cave, Aurel watches from the shadows. His serpentine lower half is coiled tight. I pull my knees closer to my chest, trying to ward off the chill that seems to come more from his cold demeanour than the night air. Aurel sits at the far end of the cave. Are you hungry? His voice breaks the silence, making me flinch. No. The dried meat he gave me earlier sits like lead in my stomach. He nods once, then returns to his vigilant watch of the cave entrance. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words. In the dreams. I start, but my voice falters when his shoulders tense. You were different. Dreams are dreams. His words cut through the air like ice. Reality is something else entirely. My chest tightens as pieces start falling into place. The way he pushed me to free him, his sudden distance, how different he is from the gentle teacher in my dreams. You used me. He doesn't deny it. Doesn't even look at me. Was any of it real? My voice cracks. Or was I just your key to freedom? You should rest, he says, still not meeting my eyes. We move at first light. I turn away from him, facing the fire as tears burn behind my eyes. The warmth of the flames does nothing to thaw the cold realization in my heart. I was a fool to think someone like him could see me as anything more than a tool. I trace my fingers over the bandage on my side, remembering how his hands had felt against my skin. During our escape, he'd held me like I was something precious, something worth protecting. His arms had been strong yet gentle, cradling me against his chest as we fled through the darkness. Does it still hurt? He doesn't turn to look at me. Not as much. I wrap my arms around myself, missing his warmth. You were gentle when you bandaged it. He shifts, his scales scraping against the cave floor. It needed to be done. Like freeing you needed to be done? The words slip out before I can stop them. His shoulders tense. Vera, in the forest, when that arrow hit me, you could have left me behind. I lean forward, trying to catch his eye. Why didn't you? It was tactical. His jaw clenches. The dark elves would have tortured information from you. Is that all? He finally turns to look at me, and for a moment I see something flicker in his eyes. The same warmth I'd felt when he carried me. But then it's gone, replaced by that cold wall again. Get some sleep, he says, turning back to watch the cave entrance. We have a long journey ahead. I curl up closer to the fire, but its warmth can't compete with the memory of being held in his arms, of feeling safe and protected. Now, with this distance between us, I feel colder than ever. The silence wraps around us like a suffocating blanket. I watch the flames dance, their light casting strange shadows across the cave walls. My fingers trace idle patterns in the dirt beside me, anything to keep from staring at his broad back, his serpentine form coiled tight with tension. The memory of his arms around me burns brighter than the fire. During our escape, he'd held me like I was precious, something worth protecting. His touch had been so gentle as he tended my wound, those deadly hands moving with surprising tenderness across my skin. The contrast between then and now makes my chest ache. I shift, and pain lances through my side. A small gasp escapes before I can stop it. Aurel's head turns slightly, just enough that I catch the glint of his eye in the firelight, but he says nothing. The wall between us feels higher than ever. My hand drifts to the bandage at my side. His fingers had lingered there, just for a moment after securing it. I'd felt something then, a connection, a spark of the intimacy we'd shared in our dreams. But now he won't even look at me. The fire crackles, sending sparks into the air. They fade to nothing before they reach the cave ceiling, like all my attempts to reach him now. Days blend together as we travel through dense forests, each one marked by Aurel's growing distance. His massive form slithers ahead of me, never looking back unless it's to check if I'm keeping up. The silence between us stretches like a physical thing, heavy and suffocating. We should rest here, he says, gesturing to a clearing. His eyes slide past me like I'm nothing more than a shadow. I sink to the ground, my legs trembling from exhaustion. The wound in my side has mostly healed, but a different kind of pain has taken root in my chest. Every time he turns away, every moment he refuses to meet my gaze, it grows deeper. Do you need water? His voice is flat, emotionless. No. My own voice cracks. I need you to look at me. He stiffens, his serpentine tail coiling tighter. We should focus on... You won't even look at me anymore. Tears blur my vision. Was I just your ticket to freedom? Everything in the dreams, all those moments. Were they just lies? His shoulders tense, but he doesn't turn around. The silence stretches between us, confirming what I've feared all along. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. I actually believed you cared, that I meant something. My fingers dig into the dirt beneath me. I'm such a fool. Still nothing. Just his back, rigid and unyielding as stone. The realization crashes over me like a wave. All those gentle words, those tender moments in our shared dreams. They were just tools, carefully crafted to manipulate me. I was never anything more than a means to an end. Tears spill down my cheeks, but I don't bother wiping them away. What's the point? I'm right back where I started, worthless, unwanted, alone. I watch Aurel's back as he coils at the edge of our makeshift camp, his shoulders tense and rigid. The moonlight catches his scales, making them shimmer like liquid silver. Even now, when he's trying so hard to be cold, he's beautiful. My fingers trace the bandage at my side, remembering how carefully he'd tended to my wound. For someone claiming to see me as just a tool, his hands had been so gentle. I know you can feel it too, I whisper, more to myself than to him. But in the quiet night, my words carry. His tail twitches. Just slightly, but enough to tell me he's listening. In the dreams, when we touched... I swallow hard, gathering my courage. That spark wasn't fake. You can't fake something like that. Vera. His voice is strained, warning. No. I push myself to my feet, ignoring the twinge in my side. Look at me. Really look at me. He doesn't move, but his coils tighten further. You're being foolish. Then I'm foolish. I take a step closer. But I felt it. When you carried me through the forest, when you cleaned my wound, those weren't the actions of someone who feels nothing. What I feel doesn't matter. His words come out clipped, controlled. It matters to me. Another step. You could have left me behind a dozen times, but you didn't. His hands clench at his sides. Don't. I'm close enough now to see the muscles in his back trembling. Why did you save me, Aurel? The truth. He whirls around suddenly, his eyes blazing in the darkness. Because I couldn't leave you. The words explode from him like he's been holding them back for days. Are you satisfied now? I meet his gaze steadily, seeing past the anger to the confusion and fear beneath. No, I whisper. But it's a start. My bare feet sink into the cool earth as I follow Aurel's path to the river. The moonlight catches his scales, turning them to liquid silver as he moves through the water. My heart thunders in my chest, but I force myself to keep moving forward. He hasn't noticed me yet. His back is turned, water streaming down the muscled planes of his upper body. I've never seen him like this, unguarded, vulnerable. The sight steals my breath. The river laps gently at the shore, its whispers matching the rapid beat of my pulse. A cool breeze raises goosebumps on my skin, but I barely notice. I'm transfixed by the way the water droplets trace paths down his back, highlighting every curve and dip of muscle. I take another step closer, twigs crackling beneath my feet. Aurel's shoulders tense, but he doesn't turn around. He knows I'm here. He must. But he remains still, waiting. The distance between us feels charged with electricity, like the air before a storm. My fingers tremble at my sides as I gather my courage. This might be my only chance to bridge this gap between us, to make him face what's growing between us. I pause at the water's edge, my toes just touching the cool surface. The current swirls around my feet, urging me forward or pulling me back. I can't tell which. All I know is that I can't stay here, frozen in this moment of indecision. This is my chance, my choice. Aurel, I whisper, my voice catching in my throat. The water laps at my ankles as I take another tentative step forward. He turns, water cascading down his muscled chest. His eyes widen slightly, and I see his tail coil tighter beneath the surface. The moonlight catches the droplets on his skin, making them shimmer like tiny stars. Neither of us speaks. The only sound is the gentle flow of the river, and my heart thundering in my chest. The air feels electric, charged with something I can't name but can feel deep in my bones. I take another step closer, the cool water now reaching my calves. My thin dress clings to my legs, but I barely notice. All I can focus on is him, the way his chest rises and falls with each breath, how his eyes seem to glow in the darkness. I dot. My voice trembles and I swallow hard. I don't want to be alone anymore. The words hang between us like a physical thing. Aurel's expression remains unreadable, but something flickers in his eyes. A flash of emotion I've never seen before. Is it hesitation? Desire? The water ripples around us as he shifts slightly, his tail creating gentle waves that lap against my legs. He doesn't back away when I move closer, though I see the muscles in his jaw tense. His eyes never leave mine, and in them I see the same war I feel raging inside myself, the pull between what we want and what we fear. My hand trembles as I reach up, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath my fingers. Water droplets trickle down his chest, catching on my palm. His heart pounds against my touch, matching the frantic rhythm of my own. Please, don't push me away. The words come out as barely more than a whisper, carried by the gentle breeze. Before he can respond, before my courage fails me, I rise on my tiptoes and press my lips to his. The kiss is soft, tentative, a question more than a demand. His body tenses beneath my touch, but he doesn't pull away. The water laps at our bodies, its cool touch a stark contrast to the heat building between us. Something shifts in him, a tremor that runs through his whole body. His tail coils tighter beneath the water, creating ripples that dance around us. When he doesn't reject me, I lean in closer, deepening the kiss. All my longing, my heartbreak, my desperate need for connection pours into it. My fingers curl against his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. The moonlight bathes us in silver, turning the water droplets on his skin into tiny stars. Time seems to stop, suspended in this moment where there's no past, no future, just us, here, now. Before he can respond, I lean in and press my lips to his. It's soft at first, tentative, but when he doesn't pull away, I deepen the kiss, pouring all my longing and heartbreak into it. Aurel's body stiffens momentarily, but then, to my surprise, he responds. His arms wrap around me, pulling me closer, and for a brief, electric moment, we are lost in each other. The river laps gently against our legs, its cool touch a stark contrast to the heat building between us. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling the hard muscle beneath my fingertips. His heart beats steadily, strong and sure, unlike the frantic pounding of mine. Vera, he murmurs against my lips, a warning and a plea rolled into one. But I don't stop. I can't. I've yearned for this connection, this closeness, for so long. His arms tighten around me, his hands pressing into the small of my back, urging me closer still. The kiss deepens, our breaths mingling as our bodies press together. Water droplets trickle down his skin, catching on my lips, tasting of river and moonlight. His hands move, one sliding up to cup the back of my head, the other trailing down to my hip, his fingers digging into my flesh with a possessiveness that sends a thrill through me. "You shouldn't," he starts, but I cut him off with another kiss, silencing his protests. "Don't tell me what I should or shouldn't do," I whisper, my voice barely more than a breath. "Not after everything." His eyes, glowing faintly in the dark, meet mine. There's a war raging in their depths, desire battling against restraint, longing against fear. But I see the moment he surrenders, the moment he decides to let go.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 13. Aurel. I grit my teeth as Vera's soft lips press against mine. Her warmth seeps into my skin, igniting something primal within me. Decades of isolation melt away at her touch, and my body responds with an intensity that catches me off guard. This is foolish, I mutter against her lips, but my hands betray my words, sliding down her bare back. The water ripples around us as I pull her closer. Her fingers trace my chest, leaving trails of fire in their wake. "Then why aren't you stopping?" she whispers, her breath hot against my neck. I growl, low and deep. My tail coils beneath the water, wrapping around her legs. She gasps, and the sound sends a jolt through my spine. "I should," I say, but capture her lips again instead. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 14. Aurel. I keep my distance from her after last night, spending most of my time deep in the forest. The memory of her skin against mine haunts me, a constant reminder of my weakness. Every morning I leave before she wakes, returning only to drop off food and supplies. "You're avoiding me," she says one morning, catching me before I can slip away. "I'm keeping us alive," I reply, not meeting her eyes. My tail coils restlessly beneath me. "The dark elves are still hunting us." "That's not what I meant." Her voice carries a hint of steel I've never heard before. "We need to talk about what happened." Nothing happened. The words taste like ash in my mouth. "You were cold. I was there. That's all." She flinches as if I've struck her. Good. Let her think it meant nothing. Let her hate me. It's better this way. "You're lying." Vera's slender fingers brush my arm, and I jerk away, my body betraying me with its response to her touch. "Don't." The word comes out as a growl. "You were a means to an end, nothing more. Don't make it something it's not." I slither past her, heading deeper into the forest. Behind me, I hear her sharp intake of breath, but I don't look back. Can't look back. The forest swallows me whole, and I welcome its darkness. Hours pass as I gather wood, hunt for food, anything to keep my mind off her. But her scent lingers on my skin, her taste on my tongue. The memory of her warmth threatens to drive me mad. Fool, I mutter to myself, snapping a branch with more force than necessary. She's human, weak, beneath you. But the words ring hollow, even to my own ears. Later that night, under the star-flecked sky, I paced near our makeshift camp, my tail dragging patterns in the dirt. The memory of last night burns through my mind. Her soft skin, her warmth, the way she whispered my name. I clench my fists. This weakness, this humanity she stirs in me. It has to end. Vera sits by the fire, stirring the remnants of our dinner. The flames cast shadows across her face, making her look ethereal. Dangerous. I force myself to look away. You've barely touched your food, she says, breaking the suffocating silence between us. I grunt in response, keeping my distance. The further away I stay, the easier this will be. But she stands, moving closer, and my body tenses. Aurel, about what happened? Her voice is soft, hopeful, filled with an innocence that makes my chest ache. It meant nothing. The words come out harsh, cold, final. I keep my gaze fixed on the horizon, watching the sun bleed into darkness. If I look at her now, I might break. It didn't feel like nothing. Her voice cracks slightly, and I dig my nails into my palms to keep from reaching for her. The memory of her body against mine flashes through my mind again. The way she fit perfectly in my arms, how she trusted me completely. Fool. She's just a means to an end. Nothing more. I can't afford to forget that. I coil tighter around myself, watching Vera's silhouette through the flames. Her presence gnaws at me like a persistent ache. The way she moves, how she breathes. Everything about her has become a distraction I can't afford. Why are you acting like this? Like what? I sneer, letting centuries of practiced cruelty seep into my voice. Like the monster I am? Did you forget what I am, little human? But even as the words leave my mouth, I catch myself wanting to take them back. And that terrifies me more than any dark elf ever could. Vera's eyes glisten, and I know my words have cut her deep. I turn away from her, my jaw clenching so hard it hurts. The warmth of her skin still lingers on mine, a constant reminder of my weakness. My tail coils restlessly beneath me, scraping against the forest floor. You're a burden, Vera. The words taste like poison on my tongue. I should have left you behind back in that mansion. Her sharp intake of breath cuts through the silence. I refuse to look at her face, knowing what I'll see there, knowing it'll break my resolve. Aurel, don't say that. Her voice cracks, and something inside me cracks with it. I slither away before she can say more, pushing deeper into the forest. The branches whip against my skin, but I welcome the pain. It's better than the ache in my chest. Hours pass as I hunt, gathering food we don't need. Each time I return to camp, I drop the provisions near the fire without a word. Vera tries to catch my eye, but I keep my gaze fixed on the ground, the trees, anywhere but her. We need more firewood, I mutter, already turning away again. We have enough for days, she says softly. I ignore her, disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. It's easier this way. Safer. The further I stay from her, the less chance I have of destroying us both. The cycle continues. Hunt, return, avoid, repeat. Each time I come back, she's there, her presence a constant reminder of everything I can't have. Everything I shouldn't want. Deep in the forest, I coil around a massive oak, my claws digging into the bark. The thicket muffles my frustrated roar. Even here, alone, her scent lingers on my skin like a curse. Damn it all. My tail lashes out, snapping a young sapling. This wasn't part of the plan. The plan was simple. Use the human, escape, and return home. Not this. Not these feelings that twist inside me like poison. Every time she looks at me with those eyes full of hope, something in my chest constricts. I press my forehead against the rough bark. Her face haunts me. The way she lights up when I return to camp, how she reaches for me despite my coldness. The pure longing in her gaze when she thinks I'm not looking. She's just a human, I snarl to myself, but the words ring hollow. My fist connects with the tree trunk. The impact sends shockwaves up my arm, but the physical pain is nothing compared to the chaos in my mind. I got what I wanted, my freedom. So why do I feel more trapped than ever? The guilt gnaws at me, sharper than any blade. I manipulated her, used her weakness, her desperation. And now she looks at me like I'm her salvation. I should have left her behind. The words taste like ash in my mouth, but even as I say them, my body tenses at the thought of her alone, unprotected. Another tree falls victim to my rage. The crash echoes through the forest, matching the thundering in my chest. This weakness, these feelings, they make me want to tear the forest apart. I'm ancient, powerful. I've lived centuries without needing anyone. So why does the thought of her tears make my heart clench? Why does her smile haunt my dreams? The anger builds, hot and fierce in my veins. Anger at myself, at her, at these unwanted emotions that threaten everything I am. The forest around me feels suffocating. Every breath draws in her scent, a mix of wild herbs and something uniquely her. I need to leave. Now. Before these feelings root deeper. Before I lose myself completely in what she makes me feel. I return to our camp, my scales barely making a sound against the forest floor. Each movement is calculated, precise. Years of captivity taught me the value of silence, and now it serves a different purpose, keeping us hidden from the dark elves who hunt us. The fire has burned low, casting dancing shadows across our makeshift shelter. Vera lies curled on her side, her breath steady in sleep. My coils tighten involuntarily at the sight of her. Her face holds none of the tension from our earlier confrontation. In sleep, she looks almost fragile, like those porcelain dolls the dark elf children used to play with. The firelight catches her blonde curls, turning them to liquid gold where they spill across her cheek. Her skin glows with a soft flush from the heat of the dying flames. I find myself moving closer, drawn by some force I won't name. A stray curl falls across her face, and my fingers twitch with the urge to brush it away. I curl them into fists instead, my claws biting into my palms. Foolish girl, I whisper, too quietly to wake her. Trusting a monster like me? Her cheeks are still flushed from the fire's warmth, and I remember how they felt beneath my fingers just nights ago. The memory sends an unwelcome surge of heat through my body. I force myself to look away, but her peaceful expression burns itself into my mind. My tail coils restlessly as I watch her sleeping form by the dying fire. She looks peaceful, vulnerable. My chest tightens. No. I won't think about how she curls into herself when she sleeps, or how her face softens in the firelight. Damn this weakness, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. The dark elves never managed to break me, yet this slip of a human has worked her way under my scales without even trying. I gather my minimal belongings, careful not to make a sound. My homeland lies far to the north, beyond the Shadowspine Mountains. If I travel through the night, I can put enough distance between us before she wakes. Vera shifts in her sleep, a small whimper escaping her lips. My body freezes, every muscle tensing. For a moment I consider staying, protecting her from whatever nightmare plagues her dreams. Damn. The word comes out as a hiss. This is exactly why I need to go. These feelings. They make me weak, vulnerable. A Naga warrior reduced to watching a human sleep. I slither toward the tree line, each movement deliberate and silent. The mountains call to me, promising freedom, power, everything I've dreamed of during my imprisonment. Yet my tail drags as if weighed down by invisible chains. I won't look back, I tell myself firmly. She was nothing but a tool, nothing more. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I force myself forward. Into the darkness, away from her warmth, away from this madness that threatens to consume me. I pause at the edge of our camp. Against my better judgment, I look back at her sleeping form. The dying embers paint shadows across her face, making her look even more fragile than usual. Her chest rises and falls with each peaceful breath, completely unaware that I'm about to disappear from her life forever. This is the right choice, I mutter to myself, but the words ring hollow in the night air. My fingers dig into the bark of a nearby tree, splintering it. She'll be safer without me. Vera shifts in her sleep, and a strand of hair falls across her face. My hand twitches with the urge to brush it away. Instead, I grip the tree harder, feeling it crack beneath my strength. Weak, I snarl at myself. You're getting soft over a human. But the memory of her warmth against my scales, the way she trusted me completely, makes my chest constrict. The forest seems to close in around me, the branches reaching like accusing fingers. Will I regret this? The thought slithers through my mind, unwanted and persistent. I've lived centuries, made countless decisions, but none have felt this heavy. My body moves forward even as my thoughts war within me. Each scale that slides across the forest floor takes me further from her, from this weakness, from these feelings I never asked for. The darkness swallows me whole, and I welcome its familiar embrace.
Chapter 15. Vera. The morning chill seeps into my bones, rousing me from my fitful sleep. Something feels wrong. The silence is too thick, too heavy. My eyes flutter open, adjusting to the dim light filtering through the cave entrance. Aurel. My voice sounds small, fragile. No answer. The embers in our fire pit have long since died, leaving only grey ash and blackened logs. I push myself up, wincing at the soreness in my muscles, remnants of our night together. Are you there? I call out again, my heart beginning to race. The forest outside remains silent. No birds sing their morning songs, no leaves rustle in the breeze. It's as if the world itself is holding its breath. I stumble to my feet, wrapping my thin blanket around my shoulders. My bare feet scrape against the cold stone as I make my way to the cave entrance. The rising sun casts long shadows through the trees, but there's no sign of his massive form anywhere. Please, I whisper, though I'm not sure what I'm pleading for. My chest tightens as realization dawns. The cave feels emptier, colder. His few possessions are gone. I sink to my knees, the blanket pooling around me. The morning sun continues to rise overhead, indifferent to my pain, to my foolishness. I was nothing but a tool after all. Just like the dark elves always said, worthless, disposable. A single tear rolls down my cheek. You said it meant nothing, I whisper to the empty forest. I should have believed you. I stumble through the dense forest, my bare feet catching on roots and stones. Each step sends jolts of pain through my body, but it's nothing compared to the ache in my chest. You're a burden. His words echo in my mind, each syllable cutting deeper than any knife. The morning dew soaks through my thin dress, but I barely notice the chill. A branch snaps beneath my foot, and I stumble, catching myself against a tree trunk. The rough bark scrapes my palms, drawing blood. Is this what I deserve? I whisper to myself, watching the red droplets fall to the forest floor. To be used and discarded. The forest seems to mock me with its silence. Even the wind has abandoned me, leaving the leaves still and heavy above my head. Everything feels different now, darker, colder, more hostile. Just like before in the mansion, just like always. I should have known better. My voice cracks. The dark elves were right. I am worthless. I press my forehead against the tree trunk, letting the tears fall freely now. The memory of his touch, his kiss, burns through me like poison. How could I have been so foolish? To think that someone like him could ever truly care for someone like me. I should have left you behind. His voice echoes again, and I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out the memory of his cold, distant stare. My legs give out, and I slide down to the forest floor. The same forest that witnessed our intimacy now watches my breakdown with indifference. Last night, I thought I had finally found something real, something worth fighting for. Now I'm alone again, more broken than ever. I have to keep running, but where? I'll be running for the rest of my life. Branches whip across my face as I run blindly through the forest. My feet catch on roots and stones, sending jolts of pain up my legs, but I can't stop, won't stop. The morning dew soaks through my thin dress, chilling me to the bone. Stupid, 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 I mutter between gasping breaths. My chest burns with each intake of air, but the physical pain is nothing compared to the hollow ache inside. I trusted him. I gave him everything, my loyalty, my body, my heart. And he left me here, alone and defenseless, just like everyone else has done my entire life. A bitter laugh escapes my lips. What did you expect? That an ancient Naga would actually care for a worthless slave? My foot catches on another root, and this time I fall hard. The impact knocks the breath from my lungs, and I lie there in the dirt, my body trembling. Tears blur my vision as I stare at my scraped palms. I hate you, I whisper, but the words taste like ash in my mouth. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. But even as I say it, fear grips my heart. Where can I go? The dark elves will never stop hunting me. I'm marked now, a runaway slave who helped free their prisoner. There's nowhere in this world that's safe for me anymore. I push myself to my knees, wiping mud and tears from my face. My legs shake as I stand, but I force myself to keep moving, one foot in front of the other. It's all I can do now. Born a slave, I whisper, remembering the old saying, will die a slave. The forest stretches endlessly before me, and for the first time in my life, I truly understand what it means to be alone. A twig snaps behind me, and my heart stops. The forest falls silent, no birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my ragged breathing. Well, well, the voice sends ice through my veins. Look what we found. I spin around, my bare feet slipping on the damp leaves. Dark elves emerge from the shadows between the trees, their silver hair gleaming in the filtered sunlight. 5 of them. No, 6. Their magic crackles in the air, making my skin prickle. Back to the mansion, little human. The tallest one steps forward, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Your master misses you. I back away, but my shoulders hit a tree trunk. Another dark elf appears behind it, cutting off my escape route. All of them wear the fitted obsidian armour of the royal guard. Trained soldiers who would cut me down before I could draw a breath. I won't go back. My voice shakes, but I lift my chin. I'd rather die. It's the truth. Death would be a merciful fate over festering in the damp halls of the dark elf estate until my end. They laugh, the sound like breaking glass. That can be arranged, one of them says. After we're done with you. Their magic intensifies, sparking between their fingers. Purple energy crackles around me, forming a cage. The air grows thick, making it hard to breathe. My legs tremble as memories of the mansion flood back, the endless work, the mockery, the pain. No, I whisper, pressing my back against the tree. Please, no. Begging already? The tall one's silver eyes glitter with malice. Just like old times. The magical cage contracts, forcing me to my knees. Cold panic grips my chest as they close in, their shadows falling over me like a shroud. I can't go back. I can't live that life again. Not after tasting freedom. Not after... My throat tightens. Not after Aurel. Without thinking, I turn and sprint toward the cliff's edge, my bare feet pounding against the rocky ground. The sharp stones cut into my soles, but I barely feel the pain. Stop her! A dark elf shouts behind me. The crackle of their magic fills the air. My lungs burn as I push myself harder. The edge draws closer with each step. Wind whips through my hair, carrying the scent of freedom and death. You'll die, you stupid girl, another voice calls out. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. Better than going back. The cliff edge appears before me, jagged rocks stretching up from the misty depths below. My heart pounds against my ribs, but my mind is clear. I've tasted freedom. I've known what it means to be more than a slave, to be desired, to be powerful. I won't go back. I can't. The dark elves' footsteps thunder behind me, their magic crackles reaching for me, but they're too late. No! The tall one's voice carries on the wind. For a moment, I think I hear another voice, deeper, familiar. Aurel? My heart clenches, but I push the thought away. He left me. He made his choice. I spread my arms wide and leap into the empty air. The wind rushes past me, and for one brilliant moment, I feel truly free. Vera. Is that his voice again? A memory? A dying wish? It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters except this final choice. My choice. The wind whips around me as I stand at the cliff's edge, my heart shattering into a million pieces. Images of Aurel flash through my mind. His gentle touch by the river, his passionate kisses, the way he held me close. Then the cruel memory of waking up alone, abandoned like garbage. My chest heaves as emotions surge through me. The dark elves are closing in, but I barely hear their shouts over the roaring in my head. All I can think about is him. Him and his lies. Him and his betrayal. You used me, I whisper, tears streaming down my face. Everything was a lie. The memory of his voice teaching me magic, encouraging me to be stronger, now feels like poison in my veins. The dark elf's magic crackles closer, but I don't care anymore. Nothing matters except this pain, this rage burning through my chest. I gave you everything. My voice rises with the wind. My trust, my body, my heart. The edge of the cliff crumbles slightly under my feet. Below, the mist swirls around jagged rocks, promising an end to all this agony. My fingers curl into fists as fury replaces despair. I curse you, Aurel! I scream into the void, my voice raw with pain and betrayal. I curse you! Without another thought, I step forward into empty air, letting gravity claim me. The wind whips through my hair as I fall, and for a heartbeat, everything slows. The mist below swirls, beckoning me to my end. But something deep inside me shatters, like a dam breaking, like chains snapping. Power surges through my veins, hot and fierce. My skin burns, glowing with an inner light that spreads from my chest to my fingertips. The sensation is excruciating, yet exhilarating. What's happening to me? I gasp as my body suspends mid-air, wrapped in a cocoon of pure energy. The magic courses through me, different from anything Aurel ever taught me. This is ancient, primal. This is mine. My back arches as the power explodes outward, and I scream, not in pain, but in release. Years of suppression, of being told I'm worthless, of being weak. It all burns away. My skin shimmers with golden light, and I feel my body transforming. Strength floods my limbs. The sickly pallor of my skin gives way to a healthy glow. My bones shift and strengthen, my muscles tighten, and my mind expands with knowledge I never knew I possessed. I am Perna, I whisper, the words coming from somewhere deep within my soul. The magic responds, swirling around me in brilliant streams of gold and white. Above me I hear the dark elves shouting in alarm. Their voices are tinged with fear of me. The thought makes me laugh, wild and free. The sound rings with power, echoing through the canyon. The light intensifies, and I feel myself rising instead of falling. My body pulses with energy, each heartbeat sending out waves of pure magic. This is who I was meant to be. This is what they tried to suppress. Instead of the crushing impact I expected, my body hovers in the misty air, suspended by an otherworldly force that pulses through my veins. Golden light emanates from my skin, turning the fog around me into a shimmering curtain. Above, I hear the dark elves' voices grow distant. She's gone. The fall would have killed her instantly. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Their words no longer sting. My body feels lighter, stronger, as if I've shed a shell that had confined me my entire life. Every breath fills me with raw power that makes my fingertips tingle. The world around me seems sharper, more vivid. The mist carries traces of ancient magic, the rocks beneath pulse with earthen energy, and the air itself sings with possibilities I never knew existed. I flex my fingers, watching golden sparks dance between them. This is what I was meant to be, what they tried to suppress, what Aurel failed to see. My lips curl into a smile as I think of all those who hurt me, the dark elves with their cruel taunts, the humans with their pitying glances, and Aurel with his lies and manipulation. They all thought I was worthless, a defect to be used and discarded. The magic surges stronger, responding to my anger. I let it flow through me, feeling it reshape my weak body into something powerful, something untouchable. My back straightens, my shoulders square, and for the first time in my life, I feel truly regal. They will all pay, I whisper to the swirling mist. Every last one of them. The power thrums in agreement, and I know with absolute certainty that I've transcended my old self. I am no longer the weak slave who begged for scraps of kindness. I am Perna, and I will have my revenge.
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 16. Aurel. I slither through the dense forest, my serpentine body weaving between ancient trees. Every muscle in my body screams at me to turn back, but I push forward. The taste of freedom should be sweet on my tongue, yet all I taste is bile. You're doing the right thing, I mutter to myself, crushing a fallen branch beneath my coils. She was holding you back. She's weak. Human. But the words ring hollow and memories of Vera flood my mind unbidden. The way she looked at me with trust in her eyes. The warmth of her body against mine in the river. The soft sound she made when I... Damn it. I slam my fist into a tree trunk, splintering the bark. The pain helps clear my head, but not enough. A distant scream echoes through the forest. My heart stops. I know that voice. She'll be fine, I growl, trying to convince myself. The dark elves won't kill her. They need their slaves. But my body coils tighter, every scale bristling with tension. Another scream pierces the air, closer this time. Then silence. The silence is worse than the screams. I close my eyes, seeing Vera's face. The way she smiled at me even when I was cold to her. The gentle touch of her hands. The trust I betrayed. What have I done? The words escape in a whisper. My chest constricts with an unfamiliar ache. Is this... guilt? My tail lashes out, knocking over a small tree in frustration. I shouldn't care. She was just a tool. A means to an end. Nothing more. But even as I think it, I know it's a lie. Her face haunts me as I move through the forest. Those eyes, wide with betrayal, glistening with unshed tears. I can't shake the image of her trembling lips as I spat those final cruel words at her. You're nothing but a burden. My tail coils tighter around a tree trunk, the bark splintering under my grip. The memory of her flinch cuts deeper than any blade. Weak human, I mutter, but the words taste like ash in my mouth. The warmth of her body against mine in the river floods my senses. The way she touched me, so gentle, so trusting. Stop it! I slam my fist into another tree. Physical pain is better than this. This thing eating away at my chest. Her voice echoes in my mind. I thought you were different. The last word she spoke before I turned my back on her. A sudden, searing pain rips through my chest. It's like molten metal being poured into my veins. My body convulses, scales scraping against the forest floor. Damn! The scream tears from my throat, echoing through the trees. The pain intensifies, and I thrash, my tail whipping wildly, taking down saplings in its wake. Another wave hits, and I roar, the sound more beast than man. What is this? What's happening to me? Through the haze of agony, her face appears again. But this time it's different. Empty. Lifeless. Vera? The name escapes in a broken whisper before another scream rips from my chest, echoing through the vast forest. Pain rips through my body like lightning, forcing me to curl into myself on the forest floor. My scales scrape against fallen leaves and twigs, my tail thrashing uncontrollably. What is this? I gasp, clawing at my chest. The agony spreads from my heart outward, as if my blood has turned to acid. Then I hear it. Her voice carried on the wind like a whisper. I curse you, Aurel. The words brand themselves into my soul, and I roar in pain. My vision blurs, but all I can see is Vera's face, her eyes filled with betrayal. Get out of my head. I slam my fist into the ground, but her presence only grows stronger. Something primal stirs within me, an instinct I've never felt before. Every fiber of my being screams at me to return to her. Mate! The word tumbles from my lips unbidden, and I freeze. The realization hits me like a physical blow. No, it can't be. Her voice calls to me again, stronger this time, pulling at something deep inside my chest. I try to fight it, but my body responds on its own, turning back toward where I left her. Damn it! I grip a tree trunk, trying to anchor myself. She's just a human, just a tool, just... Another wave of pain cuts off my words, and with it comes her scent, her touch, memories of her warmth against my scales. My body trembles with need, an ancient magic awakening in my blood. The pull is impossible to resist now. Like a siren's call, her presence beckons me, and my heart pounds with a truth I can no longer deny. I drag myself through the undergrowth, each movement sending fresh waves of agony through my body. The pain lessens with every foot I cover back toward her, but it's still excruciating. What kind of magic is this? I grit my teeth as another spasm racks my frame. Some kind of binding spell? My tail thrashes against the forest floor as I push forward. The closer I get to where I left her, the more the vice grip around my heart loosens. Understanding dawns, bitter and sharp. I can't leave her. The words taste like defeat on my tongue. She's bound me to her somehow. The sounds of combat reach my ears. Magical explosions and shouts cutting through the forest air. Dark elf magic crackles, making my scales bristle. No! My heart pounds against my ribs. Not them. I surge forward, my body moving faster despite the lingering pain. The cliff edge comes into view through the trees, and I see them. Dark elves surrounding a familiar figure. Vera stands at the precipice, her slight frame trembling but defiant. One of the dark elves reaches for her. "Get back here, slave!" My chest constricts as she steps backward, closer to the edge. Everything inside me screams to move faster. "No!" The word tears from my throat as she tips backward into empty air. I burst through the tree line, but I'm too late. She falls, her body silhouetted against the setting sun, and something in me shatters. "Vera!" The scream tears from my throat, a sound so primal it shakes the very trees. My tail whips out, catching the nearest dark elf and crushing his ribcage before he can raise his magic. "You let her jump!" I slam another against a tree, my claws ripping through flesh. "You bastards!" Blood sprays across my chest as I tear through them. My vision blurs red with rage, every movement driven by pure instinct and fury. A dark elf spell grazes my shoulder, but I barely feel it. "Kill the beast!" one of them shouts. I laugh, the sound hollow and broken. "You can't kill me. Not anymore." My tail lashes out again, sweeping 3 of them off their feet. Nothing matters anymore. Their magic crackles around me, but I push through it, my scales smoking from the impacts. Each spell that hits me only fuels my rage. I don't care about the pain. I don't care about anything except reaching that cliff edge. "Get out of my way!" I roar, crushing another dark elf beneath my coils. Their bones crack like twigs, their screams music to my ears. Finally, I reach the precipice. The drop stretches endlessly below, disappearing into mist and shadow. My heart pounds against my ribs as I lean over the edge. "Vera!" My voice echoes down the chasm, swallowed by the void. "Vera!" Only silence answers. My claws dig into the rock face, crumbling it beneath my grip. What have I done? The words come out as a broken whisper. I can't lose you. Not like this. The remaining dark elves gather behind me, their magic humming in the air. But I barely notice them. All I can see is that endless drop. All I can hear is her final curse echoing in my mind. "Please," I whisper into the abyss. "Please, Vera. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The remaining dark elves circle me, their magic crackling in the air. My muscles coil tight, ready to strike. Let them come, let them feel what true hatred tastes like. "The beast grieves," one of them sneers. "How pathetic." My tail whips out, catching him mid-laugh. The crack of his spine echoes through the clearing. Grief. Blood drips from my claws as I turn to face the others. This isn't grief, this is rage. Their spells hit me like burning brands, but I barely feel them. Nothing can match the pain already tearing through my chest. I launch myself at the nearest elf, my hands wrapping around his throat. "You want to see a monster?" I crush his windpipe, watching the light fade from his eyes. "I'll show you a monster." 3 more dark elves attack from different directions, their magic forming a cage of lightning around me. I laugh, the sound raw and broken. You think you can cage me again? My tail sweeps in a wide arc, smashing through their barrier. I've got nothing left to lose. One of them stumbles backward, fear finally showing in his eyes. What are you? I grab him by the face, slamming him into the ground. I'm your worst nightmare. My claws sink deep into his flesh, and I'm just getting started. The remaining elves try to retreat, but I'm faster. My coils wrap around 2 of them, squeezing until their bones crack like twigs. Their screams are music to my ears. Please, the last one begs, dropping to his knees. Mercy. I lean close, letting him see the emptiness in my eyes. Mercy. Did you show her mercy? My tail tightens around his chest. Did you try to save her when she jumped? His answer is cut off by the sound of crushing bones. I drop his lifeless body and slither to the cliff's edge. Blood drips from my scales, mixing with the dirt beneath me. Wait for me, Vera. I look down into the abyss. I'm coming.
Chapter 17. Vera. Magic surges through my veins like liquid fire, lifting me from what should have been my death. The wind hisses around me, but I no longer feel its chill. Instead, power courses through every fibre of my being, transforming my once frail body into something magnificent. My feet touch nothing but air as I hover above the jagged rocks below. Raw energy crackles at my fingertips, dancing like lightning across my skin. This must be what it feels like to be truly alive. What is this? I whisper, but my voice carries on the wind like thunder. The magic responds to my thoughts, swirling around me in patterns of light and shadow. I glance down at my hands, watching as they glow with an inner radiance. Gone is the trembling weakness that has plagued me my entire life. In its place, strength flows through me, steady and sure. For the first time, I feel complete, whole. The constant ache in my joints, the perpetual exhaustion, all of it vanishes in this surge of power. My body straightens, no longer bowed by the weight of servitude and shame. A laugh bubbles up from deep within me, not the timid sound I'm used to, but something rich and full. Free. The magic pulses in response, sending ripples of energy through the air around me. So this is what I am, I say to myself, feeling the truth of it in my bones. This is what I was always meant to be. The dark elves' shouts from above seem distant now, insignificant. Their power, which once terrified me, feels like nothing compared to the storm raging within me. Even thoughts of Aurel fade into the background as this new sensation overwhelms me. I rise higher, letting the magic carry me upward. My body moves with a grace I've never known, light as air yet charged with untamed power. Freedom courses through me, not just from slavery, but from everything that once held me back. Fear, doubt, desire. They all fall away, leaving only this glorious sensation of pure, unbridled strength. From my vantage point above the cliff, I watch Aurel's massive form weave through the dark elves. His serpentine body crushes one, while his hands snap another's neck. The battlefield is a symphony of violence, and he conducts it with brutal precision. My newfound power thrums through me, but it's not excitement that fills my chest. It's rage, pure, unfiltered hatred. Look at you, I whisper, watching him fight. So noble now, coming back for me. The magic crackles around my fingers, responding to my anger. A dark elf charges at Aurel from behind. Part of me wants to call out a warning, but I bite my tongue. Let him suffer. His massive tail whips around, catching the attacker mid-stride. You used me. The words taste like poison on my tongue. Trained me, touched me, made me believe. My voice catches, but the fury pushes through. Made me believe I was worth something. Below, Aurel roars as he tears through another opponent. His eyes dart to the cliff's edge, searching. Looking for my broken body, no doubt. The thought makes my blood boil hotter. All those nights in my dreams, all those sweet words. My fingers curl into fists, magic sparking between them. Just a means to an end, wasn't I? Your little key to freedom. The memory of his touch, his kiss by the river burns like acid now. I'd given him everything. My trust, my body, my heart. And he'd thrown it away like garbage. The battle rages on beneath me, but I stay suspended in the air, letting my hatred grow. He'd made me strong enough to free him, then left me to the wolves when I was no longer useful. My lips curl into a bitter smile. Well, my dear teacher, let's see how well your lessons stuck. I descend from the sky, magic crackling around me like lightning. The dark elves turn, their weapons raised, but their sneers falter as they sense the power radiating from my body. What is this? One of them steps back, eyes wide. The defect. Defect? The word tastes different on my tongue now. Power surges through my veins as I raise my hand. I was never defective. You just couldn't see what I really was. Kill her! Their leader shouts, but fear trembles in his voice. Kill the witch! A dark elf launches a spell at me. I don't even bother dodging. The magic dissipates before it reaches me, like smoke in the wind. My turn. I flex my fingers, feeling the raw energy building. For every lash of the whip, for every cruel word, for every moment you made me feel worthless. The magic explodes from my palm in a wave of pure destruction. It tears through the air with a sound like thunder, ripping into the dark elves' ranks. Their screams cut through the night as their bodies disintegrate, turning to ash in the magical storm. You took everything from me. Another wave of power surges forth, obliterating more of my former tormentors. My childhood, my dignity, my humanity. The remaining dark elves try to flee, but my magic catches them, lifting them into the air. They struggle uselessly against invisible bonds. Please, one begs. Mercy. Mercy? I laugh, and the sound carries on the wind. Like the mercy you showed me? I clench my fist, and the magic responds. Their bodies crumble to dust, scattered by the wind. Years of pain and humiliation fuel each blast, each death a payment for past cruelties. My power crackles through the air as I turn to face him, my former teacher, my betrayer. Aurel's eyes widen as they meet mine, his serpentine body going still. The battlefield falls quiet around us, the remaining dark elves forgotten. Vera, he breathes, and something in his voice makes my magic surge hotter. You're alive. No thanks to you. The words taste like ash in my mouth. The ground beneath my feet scorches with each step I take toward him. Was this your plan all along? Train me, use me, then leave me to die? His massive form shifts, coils tightening. I came back. After you left me. Magic explodes from my hands, slamming into the ground between us. The earth cracks, a chasm opening where my power strikes. After you decided I wasn't worth the trouble. That's not... Don't. My voice trembles, but my power holds steady. Don't you dare lie to me. Not anymore. The memory of his touch by the river makes my skin crawl now. I trusted you. I gave you everything. He moves forward, one hand extended. Vera, please. Please. I laugh, and the sound carries none of the weakness he once knew. Like when I begged you not to leave, like when I pleaded with you to talk to me. My magic swirls around me, responding to my rage. You left me to die, Aurel. Left me to the dark elves like I was nothing. His face contorts with what looks like pain, but I know better now. I've learned my lesson about trusting his expressions, his words, his touch. The pain in his eyes might have moved me once, back when I was weak, when every kind word felt like a treasure. But I'm not that girl anymore. His regret means nothing against the weight of his betrayal. Vera, I made a mistake. His voice cracks, serpentine body coiling tighter. I was afraid. Afraid? Magic crackles between my fingers. You were afraid? I lived in fear every day of my life, beaten, used, made to feel worthless. Each word sends sparks of power through the air. And then you came along pretending to care, making me believe I could be more. It wasn't pretend. He moves closer, but my magic pushes him back. What we shared was a lie. The ground trembles beneath my feet. You taught me to be strong, then left me to die when I needed you most. His massive form seems to shrink. I came back. Too late. My laugh sounds hollow even to my own ears. Always too late, Aurel. Just like when you promised to protect me, to teach me. Empty words from a snake. The raw anguish on his face would have broken my heart before. Now it only fuels my rage. Let him suffer. Let him feel a fraction of the pain he caused. You want forgiveness? I raise my hand, magic swirling around my fingers. You want to make things right? The power builds, responding to my fury. Then suffer like I did. Break like I did. His eyes widen as my magic surrounds him. Good. Let him know what it feels like to be helpless, to be at someone else's mercy. Please, he whispers, but I'm done listening to his pleas. I've spent my entire life being weak, being used, first by the dark elves, then by him. Never again. The weapon clatters to the ground at Aurel's feet, the sound echoing through the battlefield. His massive form, once so intimidating, seems smaller now as he raises his hands in surrender. The gesture makes my magic surge hotter. Vera, His voice cracks. Those golden eyes that once captivated me now filled with something I've never seen before. Fear, regret. I don't let him finish. The magic erupts from my hands before he can speak another word, a bolt of pure energy that slams into his chest. The force sends him flying backward, his serpentine body crashing into the blood-soaked ground with a sickening thud. Pain contorts his features as he lies there, but he doesn't move, doesn't fight back. His chest heaves with laboured breaths, yet his hands remain open, unthreatening. Fight back! I snarl, my power crackling around me. Show me the real Aurel, the one who used me and left me to die. But he just lies there, those golden eyes fixed on mine. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, yet he makes no move to defend himself. Get up! Another surge of magic dances at my fingertips, ready to strike. Stop pretending to be noble. Stop acting like you care. His voice comes out as a whisper, rough with pain. I'm not acting. The words hit harder than any physical blow, but I push through the ache in my chest. Liar, you've never been anything but lies. Magic surges through my fingertips again, slamming into Aurel's chest. His massive body crashes into a tree, the impact splintering the trunk. Blood trickles from his mouth, but still he doesn't fight back. You think you can use me and get away unscathed? Another blast sends him rolling across the ground. His scales scrape against the rocks, leaving trails of blood. He pushes himself up on trembling arms. Vera! Shut up! My power wraps around his throat, lifting him into the air. All those sweet words in my dreams, all those promises. Lies! I slam him back down. The ground cracks beneath him. His golden eyes meet mine, filled with something that looks like regret. But I know better now. Everything about him is a lie. You taught me to be strong. My voice shakes as I send another wave of magic crashing into him. Taught me to believe in myself. Another blast. Made me think I was special to you. Aurel coughs, blood staining his lips. You are... liar! The magic explodes from me in a devastating wave. His body flies through the air, crashing through trees before hitting the ground. You lied to me! Tears blur my vision as I stalk toward his broken form. My hands tremble, but the magic remains steady, crackling with raw power. Look at me now. I lift my hand, gathering more energy. I am magic personified. Everything you taught me turned against you. His chest heaves with laboured breaths. I deserve this. Yes, you do. My voice cracks, tears spilling down my cheeks. You made me believe you cared. The magic builds between my fingers, ready to strike again. Ready to make him suffer like I did. Aurel looks up at me from the blood-soaked ground, those snakeskin eyes that once held such power, now dim with regret. His massive form lies broken, scales dulled with dirt and blood. I'm sorry, he whispers, the words barely audible over the crackling of my magic. Sorry? The word ignites something primal inside me. Magic surges through my veins, making my skin glow with raw power. The air around us grows thick with energy, charged like the moment before a storm breaks. Sorry? My laugh sounds hollow even to my own ears. You taught me everything I know about magic, about strength. The power builds between my fingers, responding to my fury. But you never taught me about betrayal. His chest heaves with laboured breaths. Vera? Don't! The magic crackles louder, drowning out his voice. You were my teacher, my guide. Each word sends sparks of energy through the air. I trusted you. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he tries to speak again. But I'm done listening to his lies, done being manipulated by that silver tongue. The magic explodes from my hands in one devastating wave, raw power unlike anything I've ever channeled before. It slams into him with the force of 1,000 storms, lifting his massive body into the air before crashing him back to earth. When the dust settles, Aurel lies motionless, his serpentine form sprawled across the broken ground. The rise and fall of his chest tells me he's alive, but unconscious. Good. Let him live with what he's done.
Chapter 18. Aurel. I stir awake, my body screaming in agony from her magical assault. Every scale feels like it's been set ablaze, and my muscles protest even the slightest movement. Blood trickles from various wounds, staining the ground beneath me. Get up! Her voice cuts through the haze of pain. I don't move. I won't fight back. This punishment, I deserve every bit of it. Her footsteps echo deliberately slow against the rocky ground, each step measured and precise. Through my blurred vision, I can make out her approaching form, and my breath catches. Gone is the frail slave girl I once knew. In her place stands a woman transformed by power, her presence commanding and fierce. Her body is filled out, muscles defined where bones once protruded. She's grown taller, her stance proud and unwavering. Her hazel eyes, once dim with hopelessness, now burn with fury as she glares down at me. The flush of anger colors her cheeks, a stark contrast to the sickly pallor she once bore. Magic crackles around her like a storm waiting to break. Look at me when I'm talking to you, she demands. I force my head up, meeting her gaze. You've changed. No thanks to you. Her lips curl into a sneer. Did you think I'd stay that weak, pathetic creature you could use and discard? The words cut deeper than her magic ever could. I was wrong. Wrong? She laughs, but there's no warmth in it. That doesn't begin to cover what you did. Another surge of magic slams into my chest, and I welcome the searing pain. My scales crack under the assault, blood trickling down my torso. Still, I don't move, won't move. I'm sorry, Vera. I'm so sorry. The words feel inadequate, but they're all I have. My voice cracks, raw with emotion I've kept buried for centuries. Her magic crackles in the air between us, ready to strike again. The heat of it singes my skin, but her hand trembles. I can see the conflict in her eyes, fury warring with something deeper, more vulnerable. Sorry. Her voice wavers. You left me to die. I know. I meet her gaze, accepting whatever punishment she deems fit. I was a coward. The magic intensifies around her hand, crackling in purple thunderbolts, but she hesitates. Tears stream down her face, though her jaw remains clenched in anger. You used me. Made me trust you. Made me... She chokes on the words. Love you? I finish for her, and she flinches as if I've struck her. I know. I didn't deserve it then. I don't deserve it now. Her magic flickers, uncertainty crossing her features. Why did you come back? Because I realized I couldn't live without you. Simple truth, finally spoken. Because I love you too. The magic in her hand pulses erratically, mirroring her internal struggle. Her breath comes in short gasps, anger and hurt and confusion all fighting for dominance in her expression. I force myself to look at her, each tear falling down her face, another dagger in my heart. The magic crackling around her singes my scales, but the physical pain is nothing compared to the agony of seeing what I've done to her. I was afraid, I admit, my voice hoarse. Not of the dark elves, not of death. I was afraid of what you made me feel. She scoffs, magic flaring brighter. Don't lie to me. Not again. I've spent centuries in darkness, Vera. Centuries plotting revenge, hardening my heart. My chest tightens as memories of our time together flood back. Then you came along with your gentle touch and kind heart, and I trail off, watching her face contort with fresh pain. And what? Her magic pulses dangerously, gathering in a purple flickering storm. You decided to use that kindness against me? I told myself that's all it was, that you were just a means to an end. The admission tastes bitter on my tongue, but every moment with you chipped away at my walls, every smile, every touch. I clench my fists, scales scraping against stone. It terrified me. So you ran. Her voice cracks, magic flickering like her resolve. Like a coward. Blood drips from my wounds, but I barely notice it. I convinced myself leaving you behind was the only way to stay true to my purpose, to my revenge. I laugh bitterly. What a fool I was! You broke me, she whispers, tears falling faster now. I trusted you. I gave you everything. I know. My voice breaks, and I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make it right if you'll let me. The magic around her hand wavers, uncertainty crossing her features. How can I ever trust you again? I close my eyes, my chest tight with regret and pain. The wounds from her magic throb, but they're nothing compared to the ache in my heart. I was a coward. I thought I could live without you. I thought my freedom was all that mattered. The moment I left her, something inside me shattered. Each step away felt like walking through fire, my body rebelling against my decision. And you put a curse on me. I laugh bitterly, wincing at the pain it causes. I can never get away from you as we're mates. Mates that are tied by fate and magic. Her magic flickers, uncertainty crossing her features. What? When you cursed me, it awakened something ancient, something primal. I press a hand to my chest where the bond pulses between us. I try to run, but the pain... I shake my head, remembering the agony that drove me to my knees. It was like my soul was being torn apart. Her purple magic around her hands dims slightly. You're lying. I wish I was. Blood drips from a wound on my shoulder, but I barely notice it. Every moment away from you is torture. But you know what hurts more? My voice cracks. Knowing I deserve it. Her magic flickers, and I watch the conflict play across her face. The raw power emanating from her makes my scales tingle, but it's nothing compared to the ache in my chest. My mate. The word echoes in my mind, a bitter reminder of my failure. You're not fighting back, she says, her voice wavering. No. Blood drips from my wounds, but I remain still. I won't. Her magic pulses erratically, matching her uneven breathing. Why? Because I deserve this. My voice breaks. I defiled something sacred. Our bond. I press a hand to my chest where the mating bond throbs like an open wound. I knew what you were to me, and I still left. What do you mean? Her magic dims slightly, confusion crossing her features. Naga's mate for life, Vera. One partner, bound by magic and fate. I laugh bitterly, wincing at the pain. I felt it the moment we connected in those dreams. But I was too proud, too focused on revenge to accept it. Stop. Her hands tremble. Just stop. I've lived for centuries, but I've never felt anything like this. My voice drops to a whisper. And I threw it away. Threw you away. Her magic falters further, tears streaming down her face. You're begging? Yes. I meet her gaze, letting her see the truth in my eyes. I would crawl through fire for you, Vera. I would spend eternity making amends. The magic around her hands flickers and dies. She stares at me, her expression a mix of anger and confusion. The great and powerful Aurel, begging a former slave. No. I shake my head. Begging my mate, the woman I love, the woman I betrayed. I reach out toward her, my voice raw and broken. If you want to kill me, I won't stop you. I deserve it. Blood trickles down my chin as I speak. But please, I would happily die in the abyss if you forgive me, just once. You're the only hand I'm willing to die at. My body trembles from the wounds she's inflicted, but I keep my gaze steady on hers. The pain is nothing compared to the agony of watching tears stream down her face. You think it's that easy? Her voice cracks. That I'll just kill you and be done with it? No. I cough, tasting copper. Nothing about this is easy, but I won't run anymore, won't hide. My scales scrape against the ground as I shift closer. Do what you need to. Magic crackles around her hands again, but her fingers shake. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? Like I'm still... She chokes on the words. Like you actually care. I do care. The mating bond pulses between us, a constant reminder of what I threw away. More than I ever thought possible. Her magic flares brighter, but I don't flinch. If death comes by her hand, I'll welcome it. The curse of the mate bond means I'll never escape her anyway. Nor do I want to. Please, I whisper, extending my hand toward her. End it if you must. But know that I love you. That I'll always love you. My heart pounds against my ribs as I look at her. My mate. My everything. The woman who now holds my life in her hands. I take a shuddering breath. Centuries of pride dissolve in an instant. All those years plotting revenge, dreaming of freedom. And now I'm willingly offering myself into a different kind of bondage. But this prison, this one I choose. I know I don't deserve it. I know I've hurt you beyond measure, but I swallow hard, tasting copper. I love you, Vera. I'll serve you. I'll be yours forever if you'll have me. Her eyes widen, magic flickering uncertainly around her hands. She says nothing, a war of emotions roaring to the surface behind her eyes. Before she can speak, I continue. I'll bind myself to you. Willingly. I press a hand to my chest where the mating bond pulses. Not just by fate's curse, but by choice. I'll be your slave, your servant, whatever you need. Just let me stay by your side. The last of my pride crumbles as I look up at her. I spent centuries searching for freedom, only to realize it means nothing without you. For a heartbeat, I see it, a flicker of softening in her eyes, a slight lowering of her magical defenses. My heart leaps, daring to hope, but then her expression twists, morphing into something that cuts deeper than any blade. Pure revulsion contorts her features. The loathing in her eyes hits me like a physical blow, making me recoil. Each emotion that crosses her face, hatred, disgust, betrayal, strikes me with the force of her magic. You dare speak of bonds? Her voice trembles with rage. When you were too blind to see what was right in front of you? The truth of her words pierces my chest. That pull I felt through the dreamscape, the electric connection every time we touched. It was the mating bond all along, trying to snap into place. And I, in my arrogance, ignored it. I should have known, I whisper, my voice raw. Every dream, every moment we shared, the magic was trying to tell me. Shut up! Her magic snaps. You don't get to act like you care now. I press a hand to my chest where the bond pulses, mocking me with what could have been. What should have been. If I hadn't been such a fool, so focused on revenge that I missed what fate was trying to tell me. I hate myself, I admit, the words clang through me. For not recognizing it sooner, for fighting against what my soul knew all along. Her lip curls in disgust. Your soul? You don't have one. Each word lands like another blow, and I welcome the pain. I deserve every bit of her hatred, every ounce of her loathing. I failed her, failed us both. I lower my head into submission before her, waiting for the final blow. Let my mate be the one to end me.
Chapter 19. Vera. I stare down at Aurel's broken form, my magic crackling around my fingertips. The raw power surges through my veins, demanding retribution. He deserves to die for what he did to me, for using me, for making me believe I was worth something, only to discard me like trash. But my hand trembles. The magic flickers, weakening with my resolve. His words echo in my mind. I love you. The same words I'd longed to hear my entire life. The same words I never thought anyone would say to me. You're lying again, I whisper, my voice cracking. How can I trust anything you say? Magic pulses at my fingertips as I stare down at him, my heart a battlefield of conflicting emotions. Freedom. That's all I ever wanted, to break free from the chains that bound me, both physical and emotional. And then he came along, this powerful creature who promised me exactly that. My chest tightens as memories flood through me. His gentle touches in our dreams, the way he taught me to stand tall, the electricity between us that night by the river. For the first time in my life, someone saw me. Really saw me. Not as a defect or a burden, but as someone worth teaching, worth touching, worth loving. But he left me, just like everyone else. The magic flares with my pain, and Aurel flinches. Good. Let him feel a fraction of what I felt when I woke up alone, when I realized I'd been nothing but a tool for his escape. Yet here he is, offering himself to me completely. No pride, no manipulation, just raw vulnerability. The same vulnerability I showed him that night by the river. The same trust I placed in him when I helped him escape. My hands shake. I wanted someone to love me, I whisper, more to myself than to him. Just once. To look at me and see something worth keeping. The irony doesn't escape me. Now that I'm powerful, now that I'm strong enough to make my own choices, I'm faced with the hardest decision of all. Trust him again, or walk away forever. Aurel doesn't move from his position on the ground, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that makes my heart stutter. Kill me then. End it. I won't stop you. My chest tightens at his words. Even now, seeing him so vulnerable, so different from the proud, powerful being who first appeared in my dreams, something inside me yearns for him. The curse I placed on him binds us together, but it's more than that. It's the way he looks at me, the genuine pain in his eyes. I should kill you. The words taste bitter on my tongue. You abandoned me, left me to die. I know. His voice is rough with emotion. And I'll spend eternity making it up to you, if you let me. The magic at my fingertips pulses, ready to strike. One blast is all it would take, but my hand drops to my side, the power fading. I hate that I still love you, I whisper, tears streaming down my face. I hate that even after everything, I can't bring myself to end you. My magic dissipates from my fingertips in a breath of purple smoke, leaving behind only the raw ache in my chest. My hand drops to my side, trembling. The power is still there, thrumming beneath my skin. But I can't bring myself to use it. Not on him. Not like this. Aurel remains on the ground, his serpentine body coiled loosely around himself. Blood trickles from a cut above his eye where my magic struck him earlier. He makes no move to wipe it away, no attempt to rise. His eyes, those ancient, powerful eyes that once commanded my dreams, now look up at me with such naked vulnerability that it steals my breath. Get up, I whisper, my voice hoarse from screaming. Fight back. He doesn't move. No. Damn you. My fingers curl into fists. Why won't you fight? Because you're right. His voice is rough, stripped of its usual smoothness. I deserve your hatred, your rage, all of it. I take a step closer, my body vibrating with conflicting impulses, to strike him again, to run away, to collapse into his arms. The curse I placed on him pulses between us like a living thing, binding us together even as I try to pull away. I should have died in that mansion, I say, the words bitter on my tongue. At least then I would have died believing someone cared. Aurel flinches as if I'd struck him again, but still he doesn't rise. His eyes never leave mine, accepting whatever judgment I choose to pass. You hurt me, I whisper, my voice shaking as I take a step closer to his prone form. The magic still crackles beneath my skin, ready to strike. You left me when I needed you most. Aurel's face twists with guilt, his serpentine body coiled tight with tension. Blood trickles down his temple where my magic struck him earlier, but he makes no move to wipe it away. I know, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. My chest tightens at his words. The raw honesty in his voice makes my heart ache. The curse I placed on him pulses between us, a constant reminder of our connection. But it's more than just the curse. It's the memory of his touch, the warmth of his embrace by the river, the way he made me feel seen for the first time in my life. I take a deep, trembling breath, my hands clenching at my sides. I still love him. The realization hits me like a physical blow. Despite everything, the betrayal, the abandonment, the pain, my heart still yearns for him. But how can I trust him again? How do I know this isn't another trick? My voice cracks. Another manipulation. It's not. He reaches out, then lets his hand fall back to his side. I've never been more honest in my life. The magic surges through me again, responding to my turmoil. I could end this now. One blast of power, and it would all be over. But the thought of losing him forever makes my heart constrict painfully. I want to believe you, I whisper, tears sliding down my cheeks. Aurel slithers forward on his knees, his massive form somehow making the gesture more striking. His serpentine lower body coils beneath him, and blood still trickles down his temple from my earlier attack. The sight of him, this proud, ancient creature, prostrating himself before me, sends a shiver down my spine. I swear to you, Vera, I will never leave you again. I'll be your slave. His voice drops lower, taking on a dangerous edge that makes my breath catch. I'll destroy everything that stands in your way. I'll gut them dead. I'll drain their blood and deliver their heads at your feet. My magic pulses in response to his words, and suddenly visions flood my mind, crystal clear images of my enemies falling one by one. I see the dark elves who tormented me, who called me worthless, crumpling to the ground. Blood pools beneath their bodies, their eyes wide with terror as Aurel's massive form looms over them. Their heads roll at my feet, a grotesque offering of devotion. I gasp, stumbling back a step. The visions are so vivid, so real, that for a moment I can almost smell the copper tang of blood in the air. My newfound power thrums beneath my skin, responding to the violent promise in his words. You would do that? I whisper, my voice trembling. Kill for me? His eyes meet mine, and there's something ancient and predatory in his gaze. I would tear apart anyone who dares harm you, anyone who ever made you feel worthless. The power of his words, combined with the intensity of his stare, makes me shiver. This is no empty promise. This is the vow of an ancient being who has killed countless times before. And he's offering this power, this devotion to me. Without speaking another word, Aurel closes his eyes and bows his head. Strange words flow from his lips, each syllable thrumming with ancient power. The language is foreign to my ears, yet something deep within me, perhaps my newly awakened magic, understands their weight, their meaning. I bind myself to you, he translates, his voice raw and desperate. My life, my death, my very soul, they're yours to command. The air between us hums with invisible energy. My magic responds to his oath, surging beneath my skin like lightning seeking ground. The curse I placed on him earlier pulses, intertwining with his words, creating something deeper, more permanent. What are you doing? I whisper, watching as golden threads of magic materialize around us, weaving intricate patterns in the air. Making sure you know this isn't another deception. His eyes meet mine, fierce and determined. I can never leave you again, Vera, not by choice, not by force. Your magic, your curse, they've bound us together. But this, he gestures to the shimmering threads surrounding us. This is my choice, my oath. The magic settles into our skin, burning like brands, but leaving no marks. I gasp at the sensation, at the sudden awareness of him in my mind. Not thoughts, but presence, connection. Even if you walk away, he continues, even if you never forgive me, I'll remain bound to you, your servant, your protector, your weapon. The ancient words still echo in the air, carrying power that makes my newfound abilities sing in response. I don't understand the language, but my soul recognizes their truth, their finality. Aurel has given himself to me completely, irrevocably. The choice is now mine alone, to accept or reject, to forgive or condemn. I look down at Aurel, my heart pounding against my ribs. The magic still crackles beneath my skin, ready to strike, but something holds me back. His blood trickles down his temple, where I struck him earlier, yet he makes no move to wipe it away. My fingers twitch at my sides. You'll do it for me alone? The words come out barely above a whisper, thick with disbelief. His serpentine body shifts slightly, but he doesn't rise from his position. Blood drips onto his bare chest, creating crimson trails that make my stomach clench. His eyes, those ancient, powerful eyes that once commanded my dreams, never leave mine. I will. His voice carries the weight of his oath, deep and resolute. For as long as you want me. A dangerous smile curves his lips, sending a shiver down my spine. I'll burn the world if you want me to. The raw honesty in his voice makes my chest tight. The golden threads of his oath still shimmer around us, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. My newfound power responds to his words, to the violence and devotion threaded through them. I reach out, my fingers hovering inches from his face, not quite touching. The mighty Aurel, I whisper, offering to burn the world for a former slave. For you, he corrects, his eyes darkening. Only you. Then prove it. The words slip from my lips, heavy with challenge. My magic crackles around my fingertips, responding to the tension in the air. Aurel's eyes darken, and his serpentine body uncoils slowly. Blood still trickles down his temple, but there's a dangerous grace to his movements as he rises. How? Show me. My voice trembles slightly, but I force myself to stand taller. Show me that you mean what you say, that this isn't another manipulation. He moves closer, and despite everything, my heart races at his proximity. Name it, anything. The dark elves who kept me as a slave. The words taste bitter on my tongue. The ones who called me worthless. Make them pay. A slow, predatory smile spreads across his face. The golden threads of his oath pulse between us, and I feel the truth in his words. The connection thrums with anticipation, with promise. My newfound power responds to his darkness, to his willingness to destroy for me. Together, I say, and his eyes light up with a mix of relief and savage joy. But remember, you're mine now, my weapon, my slave. Yours, he agrees, and the word carries the weight of his ancient oath. Always yours. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 20. Aurel. I follow behind Vera, my serpentine body gliding silently across the ground as we approach the dark elf mansion. The place that imprisoned me for centuries now feels different, smaller, less imposing. But the hatred still burns. Vera's power crackles around her like lightning, her newfound strength radiating in waves that make my scales tingle. She's transformed from that frail slave I first manipulated into something magnificent and terrifying. The thought fills me with both pride and shame. The eastern wall has the weakest defenses, I say, keeping my voice low. They never bothered reinforcing it because of the cliff face. She doesn't respond, but I see her shoulders tense. The silence between us feels heavier than any chains I bore in that dungeon. I deserve her coldness after what I did, but it still cuts deep. I can clear a path through their guards, I offer, desperate to be useful, to prove my worth to her. Let me, No! Her voice is sharp as steel. I don't need your protection anymore, Aurel. I need your obedience. The words sting, but I bow my head. As you wish. Magic swirls around her fingers as we draw closer, and I catch glimpses of the dark elf sentries moving along the walls. They have no idea what's coming for them, what she's become. Stay close, she commands, not looking back at me. I want them to see who serves me now before they die. Yes, mistress. The title feels right on my tongue. I'm hers now, bound by oath and love, ready to help her burn this place to ash. The air grows thick with power as Vera raises her hand, her eyes gleaming with righteous fury. I coil myself, ready to strike at her command. The mansion looms before us, and for the first time I look at it not as my prison, but as the first target of her vengeance. I slither beside Vera, my serpentine body coiled tight with tension. Her power radiates off her in waves, making the air crackle with electricity. The dark elf mansion looms ahead, but my eyes keep drifting to her. She's changed so much from the frail slave I first manipulated. Now she walks with purpose, her head held high, magic dancing at her fingertips. The dark elf guard passes on the wall above. My muscles tense, ready to strike, but Vera raises her hand slightly. A silent command to stay put. I obey instantly, though every instinct screams to protect her. There's movement in the eastern tower, I whisper, keeping my voice low. My tongue flicks out, tasting the air. 3 guards, maybe 4. She doesn't acknowledge my warning. The silence between us cuts deeper than any blade, but I've earned this coldness. I deserve far worse for what I did to her. A twig snaps in the darkness. Before I can move, Vera's magic lashes out, wrapping around a hidden scout's throat. The dark elf drops silently, dead before hitting the ground. Her power has grown so much, yet I still position myself between her and any potential threat. I told you, she says, her voice sharp with irritation. I don't need your protection. I know. I lower my head in submission, but I swore an oath. I'll keep it, whether you want me to or not. She turns away, but not before I catch the flicker of emotion in her eyes. Pain? Anger? Whatever it is, I'll spend eternity trying to make it right. Even if she never forgives me, I'll guard her with my life. I coil my body tightly, every muscle primed for violence as we face the dark elf noble and his guards. The moonlight catches their drawn weapons, but it's their sneering faces that make my blood boil. Centuries of imprisonment, of humiliation, flash through my mind. Such a touching reunion, the noble Max, one of Lady Morana's sons, says, his lips curling. The defective slave returns with her pet snake. My blood freezes as I spot Lady Morana behind her guards. Her white hair gleams like fresh snow, her regal posture a mockery of true nobility. The same cruel smile plays on her lips as it did centuries ago when she sealed me in that cursed dungeon. The prodigal snake returns, she calls out, her voice carrying across the courtyard. And with such interesting company. My coils tighten instinctively. The urge to strike, to crush her throat burns through my veins. But I remain at Vera's side where I belong. Lady Morana? I bare my fangs in a mirthless smile. Still hiding behind your guards? Some things never change. Her eyes narrow, but her smile doesn't waver. And you still wear those chains so well, Aurel. Though they're different ones now, aren't they? Her gaze shifts to Vera. Trading one master for another. How fitting. The difference, I growl, is that I chose these chains. Vera's power crackles beside me, and I feel her tension. Lady Morana must sense it too because she takes a small step back, though she maintains her proud stance. Your new pet seems spirited, Morana says, her voice dripping with disdain. But do you really think a defective slave can protect you from me? I laugh, the sound echoing off the mansion walls. You still don't understand, do you? I'm not the one who needs protection. I glance at Vera, seeing the raw power emanating from her. I'm just here to watch you fall. Watch your tongue! I snarl, my voice dropping to a dangerous growl. Before I rip it out. The noble's eyes narrow. Still as arrogant as ever, Serpent. Did you really think we wouldn't be ready for you? He turns his attention to Vera. And you worthless piece of filth. We should have killed you years ago. My tail lashes against the ground, leaving deep grooves in the earth. Every word they speak about Vera feeds the rage building inside me. I want to tear them apart, to paint the walls with their blood. Careful now, another dark elf taunts. The Naga thinks he's in love with the human trash. Shut your mouth! I hiss, my hands curling into fists. The urge to strike is almost overwhelming, but I hold myself back. This is Vera's revenge. I am merely her weapon now. The noble raises his hand, magic crackling between his fingers. You should have stayed in your hole, beast. We'll make sure you never see daylight again. I bare my fangs, my voice dripping with venom. Try it. I'll enjoy making you scream before you die. Vera stands silent beside me, her power building like a storm about to break. I glance at her, waiting for her command. Every fiber of my being wants to launch forward and start ripping them apart, but I've sworn myself to her will. These bastards will pay for every moment they hurt her. I'll make sure of that. I watch in awe as Vera raises her hand, her eyes blazing with raw power. This ends now, she says, her voice carrying the weight of years of suffering. The air crackles around us as magic explodes from her body. The mansion's defensive wards shatter like glass, raining magical shards that dissipate before hitting the ground. The force of her power sends several dark elves stumbling backward. Kill them! Lady Mirana shrieks, her composed facade cracking. Kill them both! The guards charge forward, weapons raised. I move instantly, my serpentine body flowing like water as I position myself between them and Vera. My tail whips out, catching the first guard across his chest. The impact sends him flying into two others. Stay behind me, I growl, catching a sword with my bare hands. Blood drips down my arm, but I barely feel it. I snap the blade and drive the jagged edge through the elf's throat. More magic bursts from Vera, incinerating a group of archers on the wall. The heat of her power washes over my scales, but I don't flinch. Instead, I draw from it, letting her magic fuel my own strength as I tear through our enemies. Your left! I call out, crushing another guard in my coils while deflecting a magical blast aimed at her. A dark elf lunges at Vera with a dagger. I grab him by the throat, my fingers crushing his windpipe before throwing him aside. You don't dare touch her, I snarl, my voice thick with rage. The courtyard becomes a symphony of screams and magical explosions. I stay close to Vera, my body moving in perfect sync with hers as we cut through the dark elf forces. Every movement, every kill, is for her protection. I am her shield, her weapon, her slave, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Max's dark magic slices through the air, missing Vera by inches. My heart nearly stops at how close it came. I crush another guard in my coils, keeping my eyes fixed on her as she battles their leader. Your pet snake can't protect you forever, the noble sneers, his hands weaving complex patterns of corrupted magic. You're still that worthless slave underneath all that power. Vera's response is a blast of pure energy that shatters his shield. The force of it sends ripples through the air, making my scales tingle. Her power has grown beyond anything I could have imagined. Watch out! I call, intercepting a guard trying to flank her. My tail whips around, catching him in the chest with a satisfying crunch. They're trying to surround you. I see them, she says, her voice tight with concentration. Max laughs, a hollow sound that echoes across the courtyard. Look at you taking orders from a human. How far you've fallen, great Naga. The only one falling today is you, I snarl, ripping another guard's throat out. Blood sprays across my chest, hot and sticky, and I'll gladly kneel to her after watching you die. More dark elves pour from the mansion, their weapons gleaming in the moonlight. The noble's magic grows stronger, feeding off their presence. Black tendrils of power writhe around him like living shadows. "Vera!" I shout as one tendril shoots toward her. I try to reach her, but 3 guards block my path. She deflects it with a wave of her hand, her own magic blazing bright enough to make the dark elves shield their eyes. "Focus on the guards," she commands. "The noble is mine." I nod, throwing myself into the fray. My body moves on instinct, crushing and tearing through our enemies. But my attention never strays far from her, ready to intervene if she needs me. I catch movement from the corner of my eye. Max shifting his stance, his magic gathering in a deadly vortex. Vera's locked in combat with another guard, her back turned. She doesn't see the noble's hands weaving the death spell, doesn't notice the sword in his other hand. But I do. My body moves before my mind can process the thought. Time slows as I launch myself forward, my serpentine form coiling for maximum speed. The distance between us stretches like an eternity. "Die, witch!" Max roars, releasing the spell. The magic tears through the air, a concentrated beam of pure darkness. At the same time, his sword arcs toward her exposed back. My heart stops. "Not her," I snarl, throwing myself between them. "Never her!" The spell hits me like a battering ram, tearing through scales and flesh. Max's sword plunges deep into my chest. Pain explodes through my body, but I manage to wrap my tail around his leg, crushing bone. Max screams as I drag him down with me. We hit the ground together, his sword still buried in my chest. Blood pools beneath us, his and mine mixing on the cold stone. "Aurel!" Vera's voice seems distant, muffled by the roaring in my ears. I cough, tasting copper. My vision blurs, but I smile knowing she's safe. This time, I protected her. This time, I didn't run away. The world blurs at the edges as pain rips through my chest. Max's sword burns like ice where it's buried deep. But I can't focus on that now. My tail tightens around his leg one final time, crushing what remains of his bones. His screams are music to my ears. "Aurel!" Vera's voice cuts through the haze of pain. She drops to her knees beside me, her hands hovering over the wound. "No, no, no!" I try to smile, though it probably looks more like a grimace. "Worth it to see you safe." Blood bubbles up my throat, making the words thick and wet. "You stupid snake," she whispers, tears falling onto my face. Her magic pulses around us, trying to heal what's broken inside me. Lady Morana's laugh pierces the air, high and cruel. How touching! The mighty Naga, dying for a worthless slave. Her voice drips with satisfaction. "Perhaps I should mount your head on my wall this time, Aurel. A fitting end to your pathetic existence." I want to snarl back at her, but my body won't cooperate. The darkness creeps closer, but I fight to stay conscious. I need to see Vera's face, need to memorize every detail while I still can. "Stay with me," Vera pleads, her hands pressed against my chest. "Don't you dare die on me, not now!" My fingers brush her cheek, leaving trails of blood on her skin. "Sorry for everything." The words come out as barely more than a whisper. Morana's shrieking laughter echoes across the courtyard, a sound of pure, malicious joy. "I told you I'd never leave you again," I whisper, blood coating my lips. The pain in my chest burns like molten metal where Max's sword pierced me, but seeing Vera's face makes it bearable. She cradles my head in her lap, her tears falling onto my face. Magic surges around us, creating a shimmering dome that deflects the dark elves' attacks. Each impact makes the barrier ripple like water, but her power holds steady. "You idiot!" she chokes out, her fingers trembling as they brush my hair from my face. "Why did you do that?" I try to laugh, but it comes out as a wet cough. More blood. "Couldn't let him hurt you." My tail twitches weakly against the ground, scales scraping stone. Not again. Max pounds against the barrier, his magic crackling uselessly against Vera's shield. You can't hide in there forever, witch! Shut up! Vera's voice cracks with rage. The dome pulses brighter, sending Max staggering backward. I reach up, my fingers leaving bloody trails on her cheek. Worth it, I murmur. Everything was worth it. For you. Her magic wraps around me like a warm embrace, trying to heal what's broken inside. But Max's blade was cursed. I can feel its magic eating away at my core. Still, I don't regret taking the hit. Better me than her. Stay with me, she pleads, pressing her forehead to mine. Please, Aurel, I can't lose you too. My vision blurs, but I force myself to focus on her face. If these are my last moments, I want to spend them memorizing every detail of her features. My mate, my salvation, my everything.
Chapter 21. Vera. I kneel beside Aurel, my hands trembling as I press them against the gaping wound in his chest. His blood seeps through my fingers, hot and sticky, each pulse a reminder that his life is slipping away. The metallic scent fills my nostrils, making my stomach turn. Stay with me, I whisper, my voice breaking. My newly awakened magic surges within me, but I don't know how to use it to heal. Please don't leave me. Tears blur my vision as I watch his chest rise and fall with shallow breaths. His scales feel cold beneath my touch, so different from their usual warmth. The noble spell has left an ugly, dark mark spreading across his skin. My heart pounds against my ribs as I realize how close the spell came to hitting me instead. I can't lose you, I say, pressing harder on the wound. Not like this. Not when I just... The words catch in my throat. Not when I just started to forgive you. Aurel's eyes flutter open, those ancient depths finding mine. Despite the pain etched across his face, he manages a weak smile. I'm sorry, he whispers, his voice barely audible. For everything. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he speaks, and my heart nearly stops. I've never seen him this vulnerable, this human. The mighty Naga who once manipulated me, who I thought had used me and thrown me away, now lies broken because he chose to save my life. I shake my head, tears spilling hot and fast down my cheeks. Number, don't apologize. Just stay with me. My voice cracks as I press harder against his wound. The blood keeps flowing, warm and sticky between my fingers. You're not allowed to die, I whisper, leaning closer. His skin feels colder by the second. Not when I finally understand what you mean to me. His eyes, the startling flash of green, struggle to stay open. Vera. His voice is barely a breath. Desperation claws at my chest as I feel his life slipping away beneath my hands. The thought of losing him now, after everything we've been through, sends ice through my veins. I can't lose him. I won't. You promised to serve me forever, I remind him, my voice stronger now. I haven't released you from that oath. My hands begin to glow with an ethereal light, magic pulsing beneath my skin. I close my eyes, reaching deep within myself, past the anger and hurt, past the betrayal and pain, to something ancient and powerful that has always been there, waiting. The magic burns through my veins, different from the destructive force I wielded before. This feels pure, healing. Stay with me, I whisper again, focusing all my power into my hands. Please, Aurel, stay. Magic surges through my body, a torrent of raw power that makes every nerve ending sing. The energy flows from somewhere deep inside me, a wellspring I never knew existed until this moment. It courses down my arms and into my hands, making them glow with an intensity that bathes Aurel's wound in brilliant light. I won't let you die, I whisper, pressing my palms harder against his chest. The magic responds to my determination, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. Beneath my fingers, I feel his torn flesh begin to knit together. Aurel's breath hitches, his body arching slightly off the ground. Vera. His voice is strained, caught between pain and wonder. What are you doing? Saving your life. The words come out through gritted teeth as I channel more power into him. The light grows brighter, almost blinding, and I feel the dark magic from the noble's spell fighting against my healing. My arms shake with the effort, sweat beading on my forehead. The wound is deep, and the spell's corruption tries to push back against my magic. But I refuse to give up. Not now. Not when I finally understand what he means to me. Stay with me, I command, my voice stronger than I feel. The magic surges again, more powerful than before, filling me with a strength I didn't know I possessed. It burns through my veins like liquid fire, but I welcome the pain. Fight it, Aurel. Fight with me. The light from my hands pulses one final time, so bright it illuminates the entire battlefield. I pour everything I have into it, every ounce of power, every bit of hope and love and forgiveness I can muster. Under my hands, the wound begins to close, flesh knitting together as my magic pulses through him. The corrupted spell fights back, but I push harder, channeling every ounce of power I possess. Sweat drips down my face, my arms trembling with effort. Come back to me, I whisper, watching colour return to his pale skin. His chest rises and falls with stronger breaths now, the rattling gone from his lungs. Aurel's eyes flutter, then open fully. The familiar green depths lock onto mine, no longer clouded by pain. Vera. His voice is hoarse but steady. A sob escapes my throat, relief flooding through me so intensely my hands shake. Don't you ever do that again. I collapse against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat under my palm. You stupid, reckless. Had to protect what's mine, he murmurs, his hand coming up to cradle my head. I lift my face to look at him, tears streaming down my cheeks. I did it. I actually saved you. The realization hits me fully, and I laugh through my tears. I didn't even know I could heal. You continue to surprise me. His thumb brushes away a tear from my cheek. Though perhaps next time, try not to wait until I'm nearly dead to discover new abilities. Shut up, I whisper, but there's no heat in it, just pure, overwhelming relief that he's alive, that he's still here with me. A movement catches my eye, Max rising from the rubble, his mother Lady Marana beside him. Their angular features twist with malice as they lock eyes with me. Blood trickles down Max's chin, but his sneer remains intact. You think you've won? Max spits blood onto the ground. A pathetic slave like you. Lady Marana's laughter echoes through the destroyed hall. Look at her, thinking she's something special now. Her perfectly manicured hands smooth down her torn robes. Still just a defect playing at power. Memories flood through me. Years of their abuse, their cruel words, their beatings. The way Max would kick me when I cleaned the floors. How Lady Marana would accidentally spill hot tea on my hands. The countless times they made me feel worthless. My magic surges within me, responding to my rage. It swirls around me like a storm, crackling with raw power. The air grows thick and heavy with energy as I rise to my feet. No, I say, my voice steady and cold. My eyes burn with newfound strength as I stare them down. You're nothing. The magic pulses stronger, making my hair float around my face. Behind me, I hear Aurel's sharp intake of breath as he senses the power building within me. Lady Marana's smile falters slightly. For the first time, I see a flicker of fear in her eyes. You're nothing, I repeat, taking a step forward, and I'm going to show you exactly how worthless you truly are. The power surges through my veins, raw and electric. Years of abuse, of being called worthless, of being treated like nothing more than dirt beneath their feet. It all fuels the magic building within me. The air crackles with energy, making my hair float around my face like a dark halo. You dare challenge us? Lady Morana's voice wavers slightly, her perfect composure finally cracking. You're nothing but a defect. I cut her off, my voice eerily calm. A burden? The magic pulses stronger, responding to my rage. I've heard it all before. Max takes a stumbling step backward, his sneer faltering as he feels the raw power emanating from me. Mother! No more words, I whisper, raising my hands. The magic burns through me, pure and devastating. No more pain. I release everything, all my anger, all my suffering, all the years of abuse, in one massive burst of power. The blast erupts from my hands in a blinding wave of pure energy, so intense it lights up the entire mansion. Lady Morana's eyes widen in terror as the wave hits them. There's no time for them to scream. Their bodies simply dissolve, turning to ash before my eyes. The blast continues through them, leaving nothing but grey dust scattered across the marble floor. The silence that follows is deafening. Where my tormentors once stood, only their ashes remain, already beginning to scatter in the gentle breeze from the broken windows. Behind me, I hear Aurel's soft intake of breath. Vera. I lower my hands, watching the last remnants of the dark elves who made my life hell drift away on the wind. They're gone, I whisper, almost not believing it myself. They're finally gone.
Chapter 22. Aurel. The flames dance behind us, consuming the mansion that held me prisoner for so long. My wound has healed completely thanks to Vera's magic, but the memory of taking that blow for her lingers. The remaining dark elves fled into the forest like the cowards they are, their screams still echoing in my ears. You're staring, Vera says, her eyes fixed on the burning building. I shift closer to her, my serpentine body coiling protectively around her feet. I can't help it. You're magnificent when you're destroying our enemies. She turns to me, a small smile playing at her lips. Our enemies? Yours are mine now. I touched the spot where the noble's blade pierced me. I meant what I said before. I'm yours. The fire cast shadows across her face, highlighting the power that now radiates from her. She's no longer the fragile slave I first encountered. This Vera stands tall, confident, deadly. You could have died, she whispers, her hand reaching out to touch my chest. Worth it. I catch her hand and press it against my heart. Every scar, every wound, every drop of blood, it's all yours. The mansion's roof collapses with a thunderous crash, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. Vera watches them rise, her expression thoughtful. I used to clean those halls, she says softly. Now I've reduced them to ash. Good. I pull her closer, wrapping my arms around her. Let it burn. Let them remember what happens when they dare to cage what isn't theirs. She relaxes against me, and for the first time since my betrayal, she doesn't pull away. We should go. The flames will attract attention. Where you go? I follow. I brush my lips against her temple. That's the deal, remember? My coils shift restlessly against the ground, but I force myself to remain steady, to show her the truth in my words. Vera. I reach for her hand, relieved when she doesn't pull away. I meant what I said. I'll be your slave for eternity, if that's what you want. Her fingers tighten around mine, and I feel the pulse of her magic, strong, steady. Nothing like the weak presence I first sensed above my prison. She studies my face, her eyes searching for any trace of deception. I don't want a slave, Aurel. Her voice is soft but firm. I can even remove the curse for you. My chest tightens at her words. After everything I've done, she's still willing to set me free. The irony isn't lost on me. I who once manipulated her for my freedom, now faced with her offering it freely. But the thought of being separated from her, of losing this connection, sends a spike of panic through my body. And what if I don't want you to remove it? The words come out rougher than intended, my voice thick with emotion. What if I want to stay bound to you? I stare into Vera's hazel eyes, searching for any hint of deception. The hatred that once burned there, fueled by my betrayal, has transformed into something deeper, more profound. Love. The realization hits me like a physical blow, making my chest tighten. My coils shift restlessly against the ground. You don't understand what you're offering. I reach up, cupping her face with my hand. Freedom without you isn't freedom at all. But after everything I did to you... She starts to pull away, but I hold her gently in place. Look at me. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Really look at me, Vera. Do you see a prisoner here? Do you see someone desperate to break free? Her eyes search mine, and I let her see everything. My fear, my devotion, my absolute certainty. The flames from the burning mansion reflect in her gaze, making the gold flecks dance like stars. No, she whispers. I see you. Then you understand why I can't let you remove this curse. I press my forehead to hers, breathing in her scent. I spent centuries dreaming of freedom, but now, the thought of being separated from you terrifies me more than any prison. Her magic pulses between us, warm and inviting. No longer the weak presence I first sensed above my prison, but something powerful, magnificent, something I never want to live without. You're sure? Her voice trembles slightly. Because once you choose this, there's no going back. I laugh softly. Going back? I crossed that line the moment I took that blade for you. My heart pounds against my ribs as Vera's magic pulses between us, ready to remove the curse. The thought of being separated from her, even by choice, sends ice through my veins. Don't! I catch her wrist gently, pulling her hand away. Leave it. Her eyebrows knit together. But why? You could be free. Because I want the reminder. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I press her palm against my chest, where my heart races beneath her touch. I want to feel it every day. This bond that tells me I'm yours. You'd keep my curse? Her fingers curl against my skin. Willingly? Every damn day. I lean closer, breathing in her scent. Let it burn inside me. Let it remind me what happens when I stray. A slow smile spreads across her face, and she reaches up with her free hand to caress my cheek. Her touch is gentle, but there's steel beneath it. What a perfect reminder. Her thumb traces my bottom lip. So you'll never forget who owns you. I close my eyes and lean into her palm, savoring the warmth of her skin against mine. The curse pulses between us, a constant reminder of our bond, and for the first time since she cast it, I welcome its presence. Never, I whisper against her palm. I'm yours, Vera. Always. I want a mate, she says softly, her eyes meeting mine. Someone who will stand beside me, not beneath me. My heart stops at her words. For centuries I've been alone, feared, hated. Now this remarkable woman wants me as her equal, her mate. The curse pulses between us, but it's no longer a chain, it's a bridge. A mate? My voice comes out rougher than intended. You'd trust me with that? After everything? Vera steps closer, her magic dancing across my skin like electricity. You've proven yourself, not just by taking that blade, but by choosing to stay bound to me even when I offered freedom. I cup her face in my hands, studying every detail, the determination in her eyes, the slight upturn of her lips, the way her pulse quickens under my touch. I don't deserve this. That's not for you to decide. She covers my hands with hers. I want you, Aurel, not as a slave, not as a servant, but as my equal, my partner. Your mate, I breathe, still hardly daring to believe it. My coils shift restlessly against the ground, betraying my excitement. You're sure? I've never been more sure of anything. She rises on her tiptoes, pressing her forehead to mine. So, what do you say? Will you be my mate? The answer burns in my chest, as clear as the curse that binds us. Yes. Gods, yes. I pull her closer, overwhelmed by the trust she's placing in me. Your mate. Your equal. Yours in every way that matters. I pull Vera into my arms, my lips crashing against hers with a desperate hunger. Her magic sparks between us, sending shivers down my spine. The curse pulses in time with our heartbeats, no longer a chain but a bridge connecting us. I'll be yours forever, I breathe against her lips, my coils wrapping protectively around her legs. My mate, my equal. She laughs softly, the sound making my heart skip. Her fingers trace the scales at my neck, sending electricity through my body. Forever is a long time for an ancient being like you. Not long enough. I capture her lips again, drinking in her warmth, her taste, her essence. My hands tangled in her hair, holding her close as if she might disappear. I've waited centuries to find you. And now... Her breath catches as I trail kisses down her neck. Now I'm never letting go. The curse thrums between us, and I welcome its burn. Every breath, every heartbeat, every moment, they're all yours. She pulls back just enough to meet my gaze, her eyes bright with power and love. Show me. Are you sure? I ask, my voice a low rumble that seems to vibrate through the very air around us. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 23. Vera.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 25. Aurel. I slither through the dense forest, my serpentine body moving silently over fallen leaves and twisted roots. Vera walks beside me, her hand occasionally brushing against my arm. The touch sends warmth through my entire being, reminding me that this is real. She chose me, despite everything. There's a valley ahead, I say, gesturing through the trees. Isolated, protected by natural barriers, no one will find us there. Vera's eyes light up with interest. Show me. We emerge from the forest onto a ridge overlooking a hidden valley. A crystalline lake sparkles below, surrounded by ancient trees. Magic shimmers in the air, old protective spells that will keep others away. It's perfect, Vera breathes, her fingers intertwining with mine. I found it centuries ago, I admit. Before everything. I never thought I'd share it with anyone. She turns to me, a slight smirk on her face. And now I can't imagine being here without you. I pull her closer, my tail coiling protectively around her legs. We can build a home here. Just us. No more dark elves, she says. No more prisons. No more fighting. I press my forehead to hers, breathing in her scent. Just peace. And us, she adds softly. And us, I agree, kissing her gently. The valley stretches before us, promising sanctuary and solitude. After centuries of darkness and decades of manipulation, I finally found what I never knew I needed. Not just freedom, but love. I gather branches and leaves while Vera creates magical barriers around our chosen spot near the lake. My serpentine body proves useful, reaching high branches that would be difficult for others to access. The shelter takes shape quickly under our combined efforts. This reminds me of ancient ceremonies, I say, arranging the branches into a dome-like structure. My people used to build temporary shelters for mating rituals. Vera pauses her spell-weaving, interest sparking in her eyes. Tell me about these ceremonies. They were private affairs, just the two mates under the stars. My hands work steadily as I speak. No witnesses needed except the ancient powers themselves. Like us now? There's a hint of excitement in her voice. I nod, finishing the shelter's frame. Yes, though traditionally there would be more preparation time. We don't need elaborate preparations, Vera says, completing the magical barrier with a flourish. We just need each other. The sun sets as we finish our work. I coil my lower body, creating a comfortable space for us both within the shelter. Vera's magic illuminates the interior with a soft glow. In the old traditions, I say, taking her hands in mine, we would exchange vows under the stars. Vera steps closer, her eyes reflecting the magical light. Then let's make our vows. The night embraces us like a lover's touch, stars scattered across the dark canvas above. My serpentine body coils beneath me as I sit across from Vera, our magic intertwining in the air between us. The protective dome I built earlier shields us from prying eyes, though we're already far from any civilization. You're beautiful, I whisper, unable to contain my awe. The transformation is striking. Gone is the frail slave I first encountered. Before me sits a goddess incarnate, her skin glowing with vitality, her previously limp hair now cascading in thick waves down her back. Even her lips seem fuller, more sensual. I can feel your magic, she says, reaching out to trace the scales on my arm. It's different now, stronger. As is yours. I catch her hand, bringing it to my lips. You've come into your true power. The Purna blood in your veins has awakened fully. Her eyes meet mine, and I see the same fierce determination that drew me to her, but now tempered with wisdom and strength. The dark circles that once shadowed her eyes have vanished, leaving only clear, luminous skin in their wake. Do you remember, she asks, her fingers trailing down my chest, when you first came to me in my dreams? I remember thinking you were just a means to an end. My voice catches. I was a fool. You were. She smiles, the expression transforming her face. But now you're mine. The magic between us pulses stronger, responding to our emotions. Her hair floats slightly in the magical current, and I reach out to run my fingers through it. Are you ready to begin the ceremony? I ask. my heart racing with anticipation. I closed my eyes, letting the ancient words flow from my lips in a low, rhythmic chant. The syllables feel familiar, yet strange after centuries of disuse. My serpentine body coils instinctively, creating a protective circle around us both. "Take my hand," I whisper between verses. "Let your magic flow freely." Vera's fingers intertwine with mine, her touch electric. The air around us thickens with power as I continue the chant, my voice growing stronger with each word. "Bound by blood, bound by soul," I intone in the ancient tongue. "Two paths merge into one." Magic surges between us, invisible cords of power wrapping around our joined hands. I feel Vera's essence reaching out to mine, her Purna powers unfurling like flower petals in the morning sun. "I feel you," she breathes, her voice filled with wonder. The connection deepens as I continue the chant. Her joy floods through our bond, pure and unfiltered, washing away centuries of darkness and pain. My own magic responds, coiling around hers in an intimate dance. "Open yourself to me," I murmur between verses. "Let the ancient magic bind us." Her power flows into me like warm honey, sweet and intoxicating. I can feel her heart beating in time with mine, our magical essences becoming impossibly entangled. "Is this normal?" she asks, her voice trembling with emotion. "No," I admit, maintaining the rhythm of the chant. "This is something else entirely." The ancient magic pulses one final time, then settles into a warm glow around us. I open my eyes to find Vera's gaze already fixed on me, her expression filled with wonder. The frail slave girl I once manipulated is gone, replaced by a powerful witch whose very presence commands respect. "Your eyes," she whispers, reaching up to touch my face. "They're different now." "How so?" "They're softer, peaceful." Her thumb traces my cheekbone. "I never thought I'd see you look at peace." I catch her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. "I never thought I'd find it. The bitterness that once consumed me has melted away, replaced by something I'd forgotten existed. Contentment. Does this mean you're officially mine now?" A playful smile tugs at her lips. "I've been yours since the moment you forgave me." I pull her closer, my tail coiling protectively around her. The ceremony just makes it official. She leans into me, her magic humming in harmony with mine. "And what does being yours mean?" "It means you're stuck with a reformed manipulator who'd burn the world down to keep you safe." "Reformed?" She raises an eyebrow. "That remains to be seen." "You doubt me?" "Never again." She kisses me softly. "But I do enjoy watching you try to prove yourself." I growl playfully, nipping at her lower lip. "Then I'll spend eternity doing just that." As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. The scent hits me first, pine and clove, ancient and powerful. My serpentine body coils protectively as I sense them approaching our valley home. 14 of them, their magic rippling through the air like a storm front. "Vera!" I call out, moving to the entrance. "We have company!" She emerges from our dwelling just as they materialize at the edge of our protective barriers. 14 women, their presence commanding respect, even from an ancient being like myself. Their leader, Shauna, stands at the front, her silver-streaked hair moving in an invisible wind. Sister, Xana addresses Vera, completely ignoring me. We've come to welcome you properly into our fold. My tail twitches, muscles tensing. The power radiating from them is unlike anything I've encountered. Pure, untamed, distinctly female. The entire coven, Sana continues, gesturing to her sisters. We rarely gather in such numbers, but for you... Her eyes finally flick to me, dismissive. We made an exception. What do you want? I demand, moving closer to Vera. One of the sisters, a tall woman with flame-red hair, laughs softly. The Naga speaks as if he has any say in this matter. We're here for our sister, Sana says, her voice gentle but firm. Vera, you belong with us. Your power calls to ours. Surely you feel it. I feel Vera stiffen beside me, and my heart clenches. The air grows thick with competing magics, their pine and clove mixing with our combined essence. Come, Xana extends her hand. Let us show you who you truly are. My muscles tense as Xana steps forward, her silver-streaked hair catching the moonlight. The air crackles with competing magics, but her expression softens unexpectedly. We've discussed this among ourselves, she says, gesturing to her sisters. Your power is unique, Vera. We need someone like you in our coven. The red-haired witch nods. Your connection to nature magic through your Naga mate is unprecedented. My tail coils tighter around our protective circle, but Xana raises her hand in a peaceful gesture. We're willing to make an exception, she continues. Your Naga can stay with you. Your bond with him seems to enhance your abilities rather than diminish them. What's the catch? I growl, unable to keep the suspicion from my voice. The witch with flame-colored hair laughs. Always so defensive, serpent! There is no catch! We simply ask that Vera join our sisterhood and learn our ways. You may remain her mate, her protector, her whatever you are to each other. Vera's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. You're saying I can have both? My heritage and Aurel? Yes, Xana confirms. Though some of our mysteries must remain between sisters only, you may keep your bond with him. We're not here to separate you. We're here to complete you. I feel Vera's magic pulse with interest and longing. She's always wanted to know more about her heritage, and now she can have that without sacrificing what we've built together. I watch Vera's face carefully, noting the way her eyes light up at Xana's words. The hope radiating from her is almost tangible, mixing with her magic in waves that make my scales tingle. My tail coils tighter around our protective circle, an instinctive response to my growing unease. Your power calls to theirs, I murmur, keeping my voice low enough that only Vera can hear. I can feel it. She turns to me, her expression a mixture of excitement and concern. Aurel? I force myself to stay still, fighting against the urge to wrap her in my coils and take her far from here. These witches don't know about our mating bond, can't know how deeply we're connected. But their magic, it pulls at her in a way that makes my blood run cold. What happens when she joins your coven? I asked Xana, unable to keep the edge from my voice. What exactly does this, sisterhood entail? The red-haired witch steps forward. Worried we'll steal her away, serpent. Answer the question! Xana's lips curve into a knowing smile that sets my teeth on edge. The bond between sisters is sacred and ancient. It transcends all other connections. My heart clenches at her words. Transcends all other connections? I study Vera again, seeing the wonder in her eyes as she looks at these powerful women. Would their bond override ours? Could it break what we've built? It's her birthright, Xana continues, her voice soft but firm. Surely you wouldn't deny her that. The curse that binds us pulses beneath my skin, a constant reminder of our connection. But as I watch Vera's face light up with possibility, I wonder if even that would be enough to keep us together against the pull of her heritage. Would she still be my mate?